Chapter 949. Blood flowed all over the floor of the dark room. The two cloned angels were lying on the ground. Blood was flowing out of a terrifying hole in their abdomens, spreading the blood on the ground. Most of their aura had dissipated. They were on their last breaths, not far away from death. None of them, including Kensei, BB, or the man called Luo, showed any pity on their faces. They didn't even look at them. They just let them die. Kensei and the others are looking at Canon Kanase. Canon is lying on the bed again. The glowing runes on her body are emitting an unknown power. Canon didn't seem to have left the bed. She's still staring blankly at the ceiling as if she didn't do anything. Ignoring the blood dripping from her mouth? There shouldn't be a problem this time, right? BB waved her hand tiredly and said to Kensei Kanase, "The cost of cloning 2 fake angels is not small. If it doesn't work, your fake angel ritual can also be abandoned." "No problem," Kensei Kanase said in a calm voice. The 6 spiritual centers in XDA-7 have stabilized. They're starting to fuse with the body. After one more ritual, XDA-7 will be able to evolve. "Is that so?" BB seemed to heave a sigh of relief and smiled maliciously. "That's good. Otherwise, this monster has no value. So, what is the ritual that needs to be done?" "Battle. Fight." The glasses on Kensei Kanase's face flashed with light, making it impossible to see the expression in his eyes. "A large-scale battle. Let XDA-7 fuse its spiritual centers with the body. This way, XDA-7 will evolve to the final stage. Then the angel will be the strongest. It will be the strongest." "Battle?" BB pondered for a moment. An evil smile appeared on her face. "Then, let's find the guy who injured this monster last time. To be able to injure this monster so severely that it almost died should be enough to be the target of the ritual, right?" "Yes." Hearing that, Kensei was silent. Not long after, he raised his head. "Let's do that, heh." As if she was excited, BB's eyes turned dark red, and a pair of fangs protruded out of her mouth. "She's a vampire." Whoa. Licking the corner of her mouth, BB shouted without the slightest bit of image. "Bring that monster to the company. This is really troublesome. We haven't even found the person yet, what's the hurry?" She grumbled as she walked towards Kanase Natsuan. She reached out her hand and grabbed Kanase Natsuan by the neck. From the looks of it, it was as if Hanase Cannon was a chicken that was lying on the chopping board. In order to put her into the pot, Hanase Cannon was lifted up. But he's destined to fail. Dong! Ryo, who was trying to reach for Kanase Natsuan, seemed to have been hit by an invisible force. He didn't even have time to scream before he was sent flying like an arrow. He flew past Kanase Kensei and BB and smashed into the wall behind them. Bang! The fragile wall was smashed by Ro's body. Ro's body didn't slow down at all. He was thrown out of the boat and fell into a deep slumber. Kensei Kanase and BB did not even have the time to react to the sudden change. For a moment, they were stunned there, as if they had been fixed in place and could not move. On their foreheads, a drop of sweat slid down without explanation, and their pupils constricted in hindsight. Phew! It sounded like the wind, but also like the sound of something breaking through the air. A soft sound reverberated in the air and entered their ears. In front of them, beside Kanase Cannon's bed, a silhouette slowly appeared. Kensei and BB's expressions changed. Even Cannon's blank eyes lit up when she saw the figure. Raising his head, a pair of wine-red eyes swept across Kensei and BB. Then, he looked at the ground that was covered in blood and the 2 fake angel clones. Finally, he threw himself onto the bed and looked at Kanase Cannon. When he saw the emptiness in her eyes and the blood at the corner of her mouth, his wine-red eyes trembled slightly. Then they suddenly turned cold. Slowly turning around, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes turned indifferent. He looked at Kensei Yanase and said in a deep voice, "Are you Kensei Kanase?" Kensei Yase's expression froze and his voice sank. "Or you?" "Me?" Wu Yan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Just an incompetent teacher who can't even save a student, teacher?" Kensei Yase flinched. BB took advantage of this moment to react. How did you find this place? Compared to Wu Yan's identity, BB was more concerned about how her secret location was discovered. There was no other way. Everything they did on this ship was illegal. How could they not care when they were invaded by someone else? I found out about Kensei Yace's existence from Kanase's personal information and found out where he worked. I followed the clues and found my way here. Wu Yan glanced at BB with a disdainful smile. Impossible! BB shouted angrily. This is the ocean, it's not that easy to find. Don't tell me you think you won't be discovered by parking your ship on the ocean? Wu Yan laughed. The fake angels only appeared on Itagami Island last night. Your company is located on Itagami Island. Even if you drove the ship out, how far can you drive it? Just look around. Wu Yan glanced at BB from the corner of his eye. Next time, if you want to do something secretive, sail the ship further away from Itagami Island. You might be able to fool a normal person, but you won't be able to fool a magician who specializes in spatial manipulation. It's just a matter of a few seconds. Damn it! BB cursed. Her crimson eyes turned darker due to her anger. If that's the case, don't even think about leaving this place. Wu Yan ignored BB's words. He turned to Kensei Yace with a strange glint in his eyes. Let me ask you something. Wu Yan spoke with a strange tone. You're the one who created the fake angels, right? Kensei pushed up his glasses and nodded. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, bang! In a flash, Wu Yan appeared in front of Kensei Yace and punched him in the face. Kensei Yace's glasses shattered and he fell to the ground. Blood flowed down his face as he howled in pain. What? BB turned pale with fright. Before she could come back to her senses, a wave of magic power landed on her body and blew her away. Looking at Kensei, who was lying on the ground with his hands covering his face, Wu Yan ignored him and walked over to Kanase's cannon. Looking at her unfocused eyes, Wu Yan took a deep breath and a smile appeared on his face. Wu Yan extended his hand towards Cannon. He stared into her eyes and asked gently, Do you want to come with me? Cannon stared blankly at the smiling Wu Yan. She didn't know if it's her subconscious or if it's just her subconscious. She reached out and placed her hand on Wu Yan's palm. After that, Cannon lost consciousness. She closed her eyes and a small teardrop fell from the corner of her eye. But this time, the teardrop didn't seem sad. Wu Yan sighed as he held Kanase's Cannon's hand. He picked her up with a big hug. His gaze swept to the back again. There were only 2 dead masked parasites left. Kensei and BB were nowhere to be seen. Wu Yan frowned and smiled bitterly. I forgot that woman is a vampire. Wu Yan caressed Kanase Natsuya's hair before disappearing in a flash. Chapter 950. She's Kanase Natsuan? Kotori turned to Wu Yan with a pair of red eyes. The silver-haired girl looked at Wu Yan with a pitiful and holy aura. She looked at Wu Yan with a strange look in her red eyes. Are you sure she's the target of the dungeon mission and not your target? Wu Yan's expression was heavy and serious, but when he heard Kotori's words, the serious expression on his face crumbled, leaving behind only a grumpy expression. She's really Kanase Natsuan. Wu Yan emphasized. Why would you think that way? Kotori pursed her lips and sneered. Who told you to choose such a beautiful girl for the dungeon mission? It's the system's choice. Wu Yan tried to prove his innocence. Then why are the targets of the dungeon missions always beautiful girls? Kotori seemed to be really puzzled by this. I remember you said you had a dungeon mission in our world where you wanted me, Toka, Yoshino, and Kurumi to equip the sealing bracelet, right? This time, it's to save Kanase Natsuan. Kotori paused and looked at Wu Yan suspiciously. Could it be that in every instance Dungeon World's quest, there will be something related to beautiful girls? Wu Yan's lips twitched and his heart started beating like a drum. That seems to be the case. In the Whirlwind Butler world, he had a dungeon mission to enroll in the White Emperor College. In order to enroll in the White Emperor College, he had to meet with the student council president of the White Emperor College. In other words, he had to meet with Chuju. If that's the case, he did meet the president through that dungeon mission. In the Forbidden Book of Magic World, his first dungeon mission was to save his sisters. His third dungeon mission was to defeat 3 or more characters. That's why Shokuhun Misaki, Kinohita Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku became his targets. As for the date battle world, there's no need to mention it. Kotori already mentioned it once. Not including the world of the Saber and Sword Dominion. In every dungeon world, there would be at least 1 or 2 quests related to cute and beautiful girls. The only dungeon world that did not have any quests related to girls was the Celestial Dominion of Swords and Sabers. Furthermore, it was a dungeon world where the quests were mandatory. In other words, every time he entered a dungeon world, the system would give him a mission. At least one of them was related to a cute girl. When he thought of this, he blushed with shame, but at the same time, he felt immense gratitude towards the system who fused with his soul. It's a good system. Wu Yen gave the system a good system card without hesitation. However, he didn't say anything to Kotori. It's just a coincidence, it's a system mission. It has nothing to do with me. Is that so? Kotori looked at Wu Yen meaningfully before turning her head away. Isn't there a saying that goes like master, like system? Where did you hear that from? Wu Yen couldn't help but retort. She's been modified, right? Kotori snorted and looked at Kanae Natsuen. So, what do you plan to do with her? Wu Yan's expression turned serious once more. He stared at Kanae Natsuen for a while before saying, "The second dungeon mission requires me to stop the ascension ritual. Save Kanae, who has been turned into a fake angel. If I can get rid of the modification spell on her, the mission should be complete." I see. Kotori muttered to herself before turning around. She looked at Wu Yen and said, "If that's the case, it shouldn't be hard for you, right?" Kotori knows that Wu Yen has all the spell knowledge from the 103,000 grimoires in his head. His understanding of spells is the best in this world. Even if the tactics in the 103,000 grimoires are from the Forbidden Tome of Magic, Wu Yen should be able to break Kanae Cannon's spirit evolution tactics with his vast knowledge of tactics. Even if he doesn't know Kanae Cannon's spirit evolution tactics, it shouldn't be a problem for him. However, Wu Yen shook his head. Perhaps it was simple in the past. But now, Yi's body has gathered all the conditions to evolve into an angel. She's on the path of ascension. Strictly speaking, she's no longer a character of this world. She's an existence in a higher dimension. Wu Yen pointed at the flowing spell patterns on Kanae Natsuen's body. She's no longer the Kanae from this dimension. Since her evolution isn't complete, I can touch her. But if I attack her, my attack won't work. Getting rid of the spell patterns on Kanae's body is already within the range of my attack. Wu Yen shook his head with a bitter smile. Of course, it's not that I don't have a technique to deal with angels of a higher dimension. There are techniques in the 103,000 books of witchcraft specifically used against heaven, and even techniques used by angels themselves, the so-called angel techniques. If I spend some time, I'll definitely be able to get rid of the patterns, but I'm a little hesitant. Hesitating. Kotori furrowed her brows. What are you hesitating for? I'm hesitating if I should get rid of the spell patterns on Kanae's body. Wu Yen didn't mince his words. Kanae already has all the requirements to evolve into an angel. If she succeeds, she'll be as strong as you and me. It wasn't easy to get these conditions. It would be a pity to get rid of them just like that. Huh? Are you kidding me? Kotori looked at Wu Yen in shock. Let's not talk about whether or not you can complete the second mission. If you let Kanae Natsuen evolve into an angel, not only will her consciousness disappear, she won't be able to exist for long. She'll eventually leave this world. Are you trying to kill her by not getting rid of the spell patterns? Do I look like that kind of person? Wu Yen rolled his eyes and sighed. Since I said so, of course I have a way to keep Kanae's consciousness intact and let her exist in this world. Yes, Wu Yen has a way to keep Kanae Natsuen in her angelic form. She can remain in this world. In the world of the Forbidden Magic Tome, there are very few examples of humans summoning angels. But it's not like there aren't any. The method of summoning angels used in these limited examples was naturally left in the 103,000 books of witchcraft. Summoning an angel is very, very difficult. Otherwise, in the original work, Yufeng Fire would not have spent so much effort to build a fortress just to bring an angel down to the mortal realm. He even almost sacrificed himself in the process. Therefore, even though Wu Yan has a way to summon an angel, he can't do it alone. However, it was much simpler to just leave the original angels in this world. After all, Kanase Canon's spiritual evolution had been completed and all the necessary conditions were in place. There was no need for him to prepare anything himself. All he needed to do was to modify the spiritual evolution technique on Canon's body, and it would not be impossible. The only drawback was that forcefully modifying an existing tactic required a level of understanding and an abnormally large amount of mana that exceeded the level of the tactic itself. However, with 103,000 grimoires, how could Wu Yan lack understanding of spell patterns? As a true ancestor, how could he lack mana? Therefore, Wu Yan meets the requirements to preserve Kanase Natsuen's angelic power and maintain her consciousness. However, if he does that, he will have to continuously transfer mana to the spell patterns on Kanase Natsuen's body to maintain them. Wu Yan didn't care about the price. He has a lot of mana and it's still growing. If he didn't, all he would have to do is use Fantasy Killer on Kanase and poke her a little bit. I wonder what Kanase Natsuen thinks. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead. If she only wants to live a peaceful life, I don't think it's appropriate for me to do this. Why are you so troubled? Kotori hit the nail on the head. Let's do it first. If Kanase Natsuen doesn't want to have angelic power, you can just remove the spell patterns on her body. If that's the case, my efforts will be in vain. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's your business. Kotori waved at Wu Yan and left. Work hard. Wu Yan was speechless. Chapter 951. Kotori's departure silenced the small room. Wu Yan stared at Canon, who was lying on the bed with her eyes closed. He didn't say a word. In the air, an extremely subtle sound was quietly reverberating. It was like the sound of a sophisticated computer calculating something. The source of the sound was none other than Canon's spiritual evolution rune patterns that were constantly flowing on her body. His eyes scanned the runes on Kanase's body like a machine. The simple and smooth runes looked like complex alphabets in his eyes. Each of them had their own purpose and each of them was related to the other alphabets. Wu Yan's job is to find out the unimportant and unnecessary parts of these connections and remove them. Then he will use his knowledge of tactics to fill in the new lines to create a new effect for the spiritual evolution tactic. Perhaps, it would be more appropriate to describe it as an improvement. This wasn't a simple task. This was because the composition of a tactic was like an orderly formula. If you removed a part of it, then the entire formula would no longer be valid. It was the same for a tactic. It had its own composition rules. Removing a part of it was the same as destroying the entire tactic. The difficulty of modifying a perfectly good formula and making it work is comparable to the time when Wu Yan modified the structure of the mobile church. The difficulty of changing a single target defense to an area of effect defense is obvious. Even if he could do it, he would be as tired as a dead dog. Compared to the mobile church, the spiritual evolution tactic was not inferior at all. One was a tactic that could artificially create angels. The other is an ultimate defensive pattern. They are on par in terms of levels. Or rather, if it wasn't for the harsh conditions required for the spiritual evolution technique to create angels, and if it could be as effective as the moving church, without any side effects or sacrifices, then this technique would be much more effective. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the highest level of all tactics. No side effects or sacrifices. A pattern that can create real angels at any time. Just the thought of it is terrifying. Fortunately, no matter which world it was, tactics with heaven-defying effects like the spiritual evolution tactic had their limitations and conditions. Otherwise, Wu Yan wouldn't have dared to make a name for himself in this dungeon world. His mind flashed with the techniques from the 103,000 grimoires, including magic techniques, alchemy techniques, yin-yang techniques, and even angelic techniques. Wu Yen found the parts he needed from this vast collection of techniques and stored them in his mind. Phew! He took a deep breath. Wu Yen focused his mind and began to remove Canon's clothes. The spirit evolution tactic was still flowing on Canon's body as if it was engraved on her clothes. However, the spirit evolution tactic was actually engraved on her body. To modify the spirit evolution tactic, one had to touch the spirit evolution tactic directly. Wu Yen said he couldn't do it. He didn't have any evil intentions. Right now, his heart was also stirring with eagerness. Wu Yan's hands didn't even tremble during the whole process as he removed Canon's skin-tight clothes that looked like a night ranger's outfit. One can only imagine, when it comes to taking off clothes, just how high is his mastery of the art. When Canon's Natsuan appeared in front of Wu Yen, even Wu Yen couldn't help but be stunned by her beauty. Canon's body. How should he describe it? Very good. She might not be able to compare to Ikaros, Astria, Shokuho Misaki, Toka, and Takitsubo Riku, but her body is well proportioned. Her body is large where it should be and small where it should be. Also, her breasts are bigger than a 14-year-old girl's. With Canon's age, it's already impressive that she has such a body. It won't be hard for her to reach Shokuho Misaki's level in the future. Wu Yen stared at her for a bit. He couldn't help but look forward to what Canon will look like in the future. She must be very tempting. After all, her appearance was no different from an angel. Wu Yen didn't know that this wish of his is about to come true. Taking another deep breath, he suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Wu Yen finally got serious and his lips curled into a mocking smile. If Koju saw this beautiful scene, he would probably have a nosebleed. Wu Yen held his breath and he pointed a finger at her. At the tip of his finger, traces of magic power appeared and entwined. Wu Yan's fingertips seemed to be on fire. A small flame appeared on his fingertip. However, it wasn't a real flame. It was pure mana. It didn't take long for the wisp of mana flames to distort slightly. Vaguely, an extremely small and profound mana array rippled out from within. As it undulated, an indescribable force seemed to surge out, causing the surrounding space to ripple a little. His wine-red eyes glimmered as he scanned the runes on Canon's Natsuan's body. Then, he reached out with his burning finger and he tapped one of the runes on her body. 1. As if sensing danger, the spell patterns on Canon's body vibrated violently. The light that was flowing at a fixed speed increased in speed. A repulsive force rippled out and blocked Wu Yan's finger. That was the behavior of an existence of a higher dimension rejecting the attacks of a lower dimension. Modifying the runes of a tactic was equivalent to an attack. Therefore, as an angel from a higher dimension, Canon's Natsuan's body automatically blocked the attacks from the lower dimension through the runes. His fingertips seemed to have hit a wall as it was blocked just like that. Feeling the repulsion coming from the front, Wu Yen secretly praised the wonders of the spirit evolution tactic. He also sneered at the same time. Even if a real angel was lying defenseless in front of me, she wouldn't be able to stop me, let alone someone like you who has only met the requirements. The magic flames on his fingernails expanded and the magic formations started spinning. The magic formations started spinning and the magic formations started vibrating. Then, the magic formation collided with the repulsive field created by Canon's runes. Pung! A soft muffled sound rang out, clearly audible in the surroundings. In the next moment, the repulsive force released by the surgical pattern was disintegrated, dissolved without any suspense. Not long after, it disappeared without a trace. Wu Yen smiled. He controlled the magical power on his fingertip and compressed the flames to the same size as before. Then he extended his finger and pressed it on Canon's body. A soft sensation passed through his fingers and into his brain. Wu Yan's focused mind almost got distracted. His eyes couldn't help but wander towards Canon's boobs. He quickly averted his gaze. After calming himself down, Wu Yen smiled bitterly. She's only 14 or 15 years old. She's already so charming. When this seductress grows up, she'll ruin the hearts of many impure young men and women. What a seductress! Sighing, Wu Yan closed his eyes. He adjusted his breathing, his mind, and his mana. When he opened his eyes again, the only thing left in his mind was the seriousness and concentration of his mind when he modified the runes. It was as if he was drawing a picture. His fingertips, burning with magical flames, slowly slid across Knace Cannon's skin. Sometimes he traced the lines of the spell patterns engraved on her skin. Sometimes he bypassed them to create new parts. Sometimes he erased some of the spell patterns. Sometimes he added a few more lines to form a picture. The long and arduous work was still going on. Chapter 952. Sizzling sounds reverberated in the air, as if a burning flame was being extinguished by water, rising and falling rhythmically. In the entire room, strange ripples were moving back and forth in the air. Along with a chi-chi sound, the ripples formed a melody, playing. This scene had been going on for more than 5 hours. Outside the window, the sky was already filled with white light. The night was quietly retreating, waiting for the opportunity to descend again. The azure color replaced the black curtain of the night, spreading across the horizon. Not long after, it would cover the entire sky, bringing dawn to people. The only thing left is the painful sunlight that has yet to appear on Itagami Island despite the 4 seasons of the island. The sky turned white. A new day has begun in Itagami Island. No one knows that Knace Cannon is lying on Wu Yan's bed, enjoying his caress. After a night, Wu Yan did not show any signs of exhaustion. His wine-red eyes were still glowing, and he appeared to be very serious. His fingertips slid over Knace Cannon's body more smoothly than the night before. Obviously, his master was gradually getting used to the task. At this moment, the runes on Cannon's body began to flow again. Along with the sizzling sound of its fingertips brushing across its body, its voice also started to work. At first glance, the surgical patterns on Knace Natsuya's body did not seem to have changed at all. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that some of the surgical patterns had changed their original positions. They were connected to the surrounding surgical patterns and were gently flowing around them. Moreover, in some corners that couldn't be seen with the naked eye, there were also some patterns that were constructed from spell patterns. They hid in a secret corner of this extremely attractive body and played their role without anyone knowing. Their role was to make their master happy. He had the qualifications to exist in this world. In his hands, on his fingertips, the mana flame was already a bit bigger than before, which was proof of the amount of mana output of its owner. This was the amount of mana output every second. The amount of mana consumed is comparable to the amount of mana a powerful attack mage needs to cast a magic spell. In addition to the 5 hours of non-stop work, the amount of mana consumed during this period was enough for an old-generation pure-blooded vampire to summon his strongest familiar. However, Wu Yan's face was still glowing. He didn't look tired at all. Aside from battle and injury, this is the moment when Wu Yan looks the most like a true ancestor. After all, a true ancestor is synonymous with mana. As time passed, the mana output from his fingertips increased. Wu Yan's expression became more and more serious. This was because the final step had already arrived. His fingers skimmed over Cannon's soft skin. It passed through her shoulder and reached her chest. Each time his finger skimmed over her chest, he would leave behind a rune mark. Then he moved his finger and connected it with the rune mark on Cannon's chest. Bang! The moment his finger connected, the mana flame on his fingertips expanded by a few times. The mana output also increased by a few times and flowed into the surgical pattern on Cannon's chest. Wang. Almost at the same time, the runes on Knace Natsuya's body emitted a humming sound that had been suppressed for an entire night. The light on the runes surged wildly like water through a dam. It lasted for about 10 seconds before it calmed down. Under Wu Yan's gaze, the newly constructed spiritual evolution pattern rippled and gradually melted into Cannon's body. At the same time, the pair of holy wings on Cannon's back slowly retracted into her body. The current Knace Cannon looked exactly the same as she did before she was turned into a fake angel. She no longer looked like a monster. She was still as holy and noble as before. Her delicate and beautiful face exuded a delicate and pitiful aura. Her tightly shut eyes seemed to have relaxed and opened slightly. She was no longer as pitiful as before, as if she was having a nightmare. Phew! The magic flames on his fingertips slowly dissipated, but Wu Yen didn't stop channeling magic power at all. After a night of reconstruction, Wu Yen managed to connect the surgical pattern on Cannon's body with his. This way, even if he is not by her side, he can continue channeling mana to her to maintain the operation of the surgical pattern. As long as Wu Yen does not stop channeling mana, Cannon will be able to live normally in this world. However, the amount of mana required to maintain the operation of the surgical pattern is a bit too much. Even a vampire would not be able to handle it. Only a primogenitor would be able to maintain the operation of the surgical pattern without any hindrance. Wu Yen wiped the non-existent sweat off his forehead as he felt the connection between him and Cannon. A smile finally appeared on his face. He shifted Kanace Natsuen's body and covered her with a blanket. Covering up her seductive white hair, Wu Yen stroked her bangs and chuckled. "In that case, you're back, right?" Wu Yen said gently as he smoothed out the wrinkles on Cannon's forehead. "Kanace, welcome back." Maybe it's because she heard Wu Yan's voice. Cannon's frown loosened up. Her expression turned serene and Wu Yen nodded in satisfaction. Just then, beep! Mysterious crystal awakening condition triggered. Mysterious crystal awakening. Mysterious crystal awakening. The sudden system notification caught Wu Yen off guard. Before he could react, the gate of Babylon opened up behind him. An incubator that looked like a human brain, a black crystal, 10 crystal balls that looked like small black holes, and a glowing crystal flew out from the gate of Babylon and floated in front of Wu Yen. Wu Yen was stunned, but he quickly took a step back and observed the 4 items floating in the air. They are completely unrelated to each other. The mysterious crystal rotated and the special items Wu Yen obtained from the dungeon worlds, the control brain, dark crystal, and dimension orb all exploded as the mysterious crystal rotated. Bang! After a series of explosions, the control brain, the dark matter crystal, and the space bead all turned into light spots and surged back into the mysterious crystal. When all of them had entered the mysterious crystal, the mysterious crystal trembled and actually exploded as well. Wu Yen watched in astonishment as the mysterious crystal exploded into a ball of light and rushed into his chest like a hot knife through butter. He didn't even have time to react to the whole process. Staring blankly at his chest, Wu Yen regained his senses and quickly tore off the front of his shirt. On his chest, there were 3 red jade hooks silently announcing their existence, waiting for Wu Yen to wake them up. Above the 3 jade hooks, there was a white mark. That was the appearance of the mysterious crystal. Beep! Mysterious crystal awakening complete. Beep! Obtained demon beast mark. Demon beast mark? Hearing the system's voice, Wu Yen asked with a puzzled expression. What is this demon beast mark? User, the demon beast mark is the incarnation of the demon beast sealed in the mysterious crystal. Incarnation of the demon beast? Hearing the system's answer, Wu Yen was even more puzzled. Before he could ask again, the system answered on its own. The demon beast in the mysterious crystal has an extremely violent consciousness and almost no self-consciousness. After the system's judgment, the possibility of it being controlled by the user is infinitely close to 0. Therefore, the system automatically erased the demon beast's consciousness and body and turned it into a demon beast mark. As for the specific ability, the user is required to figure it out by himself. Wu Yen was at a loss. Even now, he was still in a daze. Chapter 953. The scorching sun shines down on Itagami Island. The atmosphere is hot and humid. Perhaps the weather on Itagami Island was really hard to come by. The temperature was unbearable for most of the people living on Itagami Island, but for those who had lived here for a long time, they were already used to it. Therefore, even though the temperature was terrifyingly high and their backs were covered in sweat, the pedestrians who were exposed to the sun continued to walk. Although their faces were almost covered in sweat, their expressions were abnormally calm. Only a few young people were complaining as they walked. In such weather, a gust of wind blew past the pedestrians who were hurrying on their way. At this moment, almost every pedestrian on the road revealed a satisfied expression. Some of them even stopped in their tracks to enjoy the refreshing wind. The wind blew through the streets, blew through the buildings, blew through the air, blew through the pedestrians, blew into the high-rise residences with wide-open windows, blew into the doors that they patronized. Kanae Natsuan was lying on the bed. She was lucky enough to be chosen by the wind that blew in through the window. Her bangs fluttered in the wind. Coupled with her exquisite face, she looked exceptionally beautiful. Kanae Cannon seemed to have felt the wind blowing on her body. She seemed to have been summoned by something. Her calm face and eyelids finally broke the silence. Her eyelids trembled slightly. Like a newborn chick, Cannon struggled to open her eyes. Her blue pupils were exposed to the air like crystals. A dazzling light flashed in her eyes, and her blurry vision gradually recovered. Kanae only regained her senses when she saw the white ceiling. Kanae Cannon blinked her eyes blankly. Her beautiful face was full of confusion. She looked around with an expression that was so cute that it would cause nosebleeds. He took in the full view of the room that was filled with a fragrant scent that warmed his heart. Cannon's expression became more and more perplexed as she looked at her surroundings. Are you awake? Kanae Cannon was still trying to sort out her memories, trying to recall why she was here. Suddenly, a voice came from beside her. She heard a voice that made her want to cry. Kanae Cannon abruptly turned her head to the side, which was the direction of the room's door. The tightly shut door opened without anyone noticing, and Wu Yen is standing there. He was holding a tray in his hand. On the tray, plates of delicious and steaming dishes were lying quietly. In a short while, the entire room was shrouded in a fragrant aroma. Wu Yen quickly carried the tray to Kanae Cannon's side. He placed the tray on the bedside table and sat beside her. "How are you feeling?" Wu Yen asked with a faint smile. "Do you feel any discomfort?" Kanae Cannon stared blankly at Wu Yen from the moment he walked into the room until she heard Wu Yen's words. She subconsciously shook her head, then reacted. "Sensei?" Kanae Cannon looked around in confusion. "Where is this?" "This is my home." Wu Yen paused, he smiled and said, "It's also your home." My home?" Kanae Cannon was stunned. The blank look on her face turned into confusion. She didn't understand why Wu Yen would say something like that. Wu Yen hesitated for a moment, he looked at her eyes. "You don't remember?" Wu Yen looked at Kanae Cannon seriously, he said word by word. "What I did. Things done." Kanae Natsuya frowned. She lowered her head and started to recall the past. Her father said he would save her and turn her into a monster. Flying in the sky, using power that was unimaginable to him in the past, he fought against his fellow clansmen in the same form as him. Disregarding the fact that he had swallowed a part of the bodies of his fellow clansmen that he had defeated. Also, he had to stab the heart of this friendly and smiling teacher in front of him. In the end, it was the scene of the pair of hands that he was so familiar with, covered in the blood of others. The confusion faded away, it was replaced by disbelief and deep sorrow. Kanae Cannon shrunk her body, the light in her eyes slowly turned into sadness. "Right. I hurt a lot of people, and hurt, teacher." The terrifying memories returned to Kanae Cannon's mind, causing her face to turn paler and paler. In the end, it was so pale that there was not a trace of blood on her face. Kanae Cannon's hands were stained with blood. She didn't want to admit it, but she was a very kind person, so kind that she couldn't even abandon an abandoned cat. For someone like her, these memories were simply too cruel. Looking at Kanae Cannon's pale face and dejected eyes, Wu Yen lowered his head, but he quickly looked up again. He reached out and touched Kanae Cannon's silver hair. "Is it painful?" Kanae Cannon didn't answer. She didn't know how to answer. Should she say it's painful? But at that time, she had lost all her emotions. No pain? Then, what was with this dull pain that was reverberating in the depths of his heart? Wu Yen looked at Kanace Cannon with a gaze that could see through her heart. He smiled and spoke. It's okay. Kanace Cannon was stunned. She turned around and looked at Wu Yen. It's okay. Wu Yen caressed her hair as if he was trying to convey his thoughts to her. He chuckled. Even if your hands are stained with blood, even if your body is stained with blood, you are still you. Wu Yen tilted his head. A smile that made Kanace Cannon lose her mind appeared on his face. If you feel that you have committed a grave sin, then let me bear it with you. The sin's on your body, let's carry it together. Kanace Cannon fell silent. Her eyes flickered with an undetectable ripple, prompting her to blurt out the question. Why? Why? Wu Yen paused. He was stumped by the question. He scratched his face and sighed. I don't know why, but I just want to do this. After all, if I don't take you in now, you will have to sleep on the streets. Not to mention that I am your teacher. Even though I have only met you once, I am still worried. Kanace Cannon was stunned. She looked at Wu Yen in a daze. Wu Yen felt uncomfortable. He turned his head away awkwardly. Kanace Cannon finally laughed. Like a blossoming white lotus, Kanace Cannon's smile was exceptionally dazzling and regal under the light. She looked like a goddess. Wu Yen almost fell into a daze. He regained his senses after a while and smiled as well. Kanace, you look so pretty when you smile. No wonder you are called the saint of middle school. Shaking his head, he caressed Kanace Cannon's bangs and said in a gentle tone. Smile more often in the future. Kanace Cannon lowered her head in embarrassment. Wu Yen smiled again. Are you hungry? She picked up the tray of food from the bedside table and placed it in front of Kanace Natsuya. Come, let's eat. I made this myself. I am quite confident in the taste. Wu Yen teased as he placed the tray on Cannon's lap. He then stood up. My sister went out to buy some clothes for you. Before the clothes are back, you will have to stay in bed. Of course, if you want to get up, I won't stop you. Kanace Cannon realized she wasn't wearing anything under the covers. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Wu Yen laughed heartily and walked out of the room. Kanace Cannon tightened the covers around her and looked at the tray in front of her. She reached out and picked up a bowl of clear soup. Kanace Cannon's eyes sparkled as she felt the warmth from the bowl. Something in her heart melted. It's so warm. Chapter 954. She was wearing a white knee-length long-sleeve dress, a pair of white high boots, and a short-sleeved blue jacket. She looked very fresh. This is what Cannon is wearing right now. Wu Yen and Kotori looked at each other in surprise. They could see the amazement in each other's eyes. Cannon lowered her head shyly when she saw the two staring at her. She fidgeted as if she wasn't used to it. With Cannon's looks, it's normal for her to be the center of attention. She should be used to it by now. What she's not used to is what she's wearing right now. In Cannon's memory, she had never worn anything other than her uniform since she started school. Even if she did, she would just wear underwear and cover it with her uniform. She had almost forgotten how long it had been since she started wearing casual clothes. One has to admit that Cannon, who is already pretty to begin with, looked quite stunning in her casual attire. Even though Wu Yen and Kotori were prepared to admire her beauty, they couldn't help but be stunned by her beauty. At the same time, they smiled bitterly. Well, let's leave it at that for now. Kotori put her hands on her waist and tilted her ponytailed head to the side. But is this really enough? Looks like it's quite hot. Itagami Island is like summer all year round. The temperature is terrifyingly high. On this island, the only ones who would wear long sleeves were demons with strong heat resistance or attack mages with special skills. For ordinary people, in such a terrible temperature, it was better to wear as little as possible. There's no doubt about it. Cannon is just a normal person before she transforms into an angel. Even though she has a powerful medium constitution and her spirit body is strong enough to survive the fake angel ritual and become a real angel, her spirit energy hasn't been developed yet. She's still a normal person before she's used. It was very painful to wear long-sleeved clothes here. No, it's fine. Cannon smiled shyly. I'm used to it so. Indeed, even if she's wearing her uniform. Kanon would also wear thick underwear under her uniform. Back then, she didn't complain about the heat. Rather than saying that it was a habit, it was more accurate to say that her undeveloped physique had some minor effects, such as resistance to heat and cold. I would like to say that you look great in this outfit, but you don't look like you're used to it. Wu Yen scratched his cheeks when he saw Kanon hesitating on the spot. Wear this for now. I'll apply for a new uniform for you when we get back to school. Kodori will take you to buy some daily necessities later. Don't hesitate to ask for anything you need, or we'll be troubled. It's fine. Kanon shook her head. A peaceful smile slowly appeared on her face. That's fine. I'm already satisfied. Kanon isn't just satisfied, she's extremely grateful to Wu Yen. Not only did he save her from that form, but he's also willing to adopt her and fulfill all her needs. Kanon, who almost lost everything not long ago, is overjoyed. As long as you're happy. Wu Yen walked up to Kanon and looked at her cute smile. He couldn't help but rub her head. As expected, Kanace should smile more, it's prettier. Kanon blushed, but she didn't avoid Wu Yan's hand. She shyly said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, Sensei, you can call me Kanon. Wu Yen was taken aback, surprise flashed in his eyes. Calling someone by their name is a sign of intimacy in the 2D world. Even though he adopted Kanon, this is only the second time they've met, not counting the time she turned into a fake angel and the time she went to class. As if she could read his mind, Kanon tightened her grip on her chest. She lifted her head and flashed him a beautiful smile. Sensei is my family. Kanon's eyes sparkled as if she was looking forward to it. Family members have to be addressed by their names. Looking at Kanon's beautiful face, Wu Yen smiled as well. His smile was both helpless and joyful at the same time. All right, I'll be looking forward to your guidance, Kanon. Okay. Kanon squinted her eyes happily. Kodori smirked as she looked at Wu Yen. You're pretty capable, aren't you? Wu Yen raised an eyebrow and put on a fake smile. What you just said has distorted the entire reality. I know you're that kind of person. You don't know. You don't know at all. We can't quarrel. Ding dong. Just as the three of them were in a mess, the doorbell rang outside the door. Immediately after, the sound of the door being opened and a sweet and cheerful voice came from outside. Sensei, Kodori-chan. Good morning. Are you up already? You're going to be late for school. Nagisa, Yukaina, and a lazy Koju walked in from the direction of the entrance. Nisha-chan. Kanon felt completely different when she saw her best friend again. She felt an impulse bursting out of her heart. Nagisa was surprised to see Kanon here. Kanon-chan, why are you here? That Kensei Kanace is too despicable. Nagisa yelled when she heard Wu Yan's explanation. Her cute face was filled with anger. How dare he treat his own daughter? Even Nagisa, who was the most cheerful of them all, reacted this way. Koju, who had a sense of justice, and Yukaina, who was meticulous, were even more so. Yukaina, in particular, was furious to the extreme. She's the sword shaman of the Lion King organization, but she's just a tool that the Lion King organization trained to help them do their job. They adopted a child with a strong psychic constitution and trained them with a purpose. Kanon and Yukaina had the same experience. Kanon-chan, don't be afraid. Nagisa's tone softened when she saw Kanon's sad face. She held her hand and comforted her. Sensei is very powerful. With him around, no one will be able to hurt you. Nagisa-chan. Kanon was touched and smiled, but she shook her head. I'm not afraid at all. I'm just worried that I'll get everyone involved. Don't worry, Kanon-chan. Nagisa puffed up her chest. She didn't know where she got her confidence from. Nagisa, I'll be fine. Oi, Nagisa, this isn't something you can meddle in. Don't meddle. Koju jumped out anxiously. Unlike him and Yukaina, who were true ancestors of vampires, Nagisa was an ordinary person. If she was involved in this incident, she would be in grave danger. What are you saying, Kojo-kun? Nagisa glared at Koju. Kanon-chan is a very important friend of mine. How can I not help her? But you. Koju didn't know what to say. Should I say that you're a normal person and shouldn't get involved in this? But on the surface, he and Yukaina are normal people too. Sensei. Yukaina frowned and looked at Wu Yen. Why don't you talk to Nagisa? Wu Yen pursed his lips and smiled. I say, Koju, Jijua, don't underestimate Nagisa. She's stronger than you think. Nagisa puffed up her chest proudly. However, Wu Yan's next sentence made her choke on her words. I'm still afraid of the demons. That last sentence is unnecessary. Nagisa shouted angrily. Everyone in the hall burst into laughter. Chapter 955. As dusk approached, the temperature on Itagami Island finally dropped. The stifling air was gradually replaced by a sea breeze that swept through every corner of Itagami Island. It was as if the island was trying to lower its temperature. Not long after, the temperature dropped to a level where people who didn't exercise wouldn't sweat. Of course, if they were running around outside, they would still feel hot. However, Wu Yen, Kotori, Nagisa, Kanon, Yukaina, Koju, and the others didn't have much to do with this. They entered a large shopping mall. The air conditioner filled the mall, isolating the outside world from the inside world. Wu Yen and Koju let out sighs of relief when they entered the mall. We're alive. Moa. Nagisa pouted unhappily when she saw their half-dead state. It's rare for us to go shopping together. Can you two be a little more spirited? No. No. Why are you still so spirited? Wu Yen wiped the sweat off his forehead. Kotori, Nagisa, Kanon, and Yukaina didn't seem to be sweating at all. Wu Yen couldn't stay calm. Normal people wouldn't be able to stay spirited in that kind of temperature, right? That's right. That's right. Koju agreed. No matter what, they wouldn't be sweating. Isn't that a little too much? Hearing the two's words, the four girls appeared to be rather disdainful and indifferent. Kotori was a fire spirit, so she wouldn't be afraid of high temperatures. Yukaina was a sword shaman, so she had a certain amount of spiritual power in her body, so she could easily move around in high temperatures. As for Kanon, even though she hadn't developed her physique yet, her physique was extremely powerful. She was even stronger than Yukaina. A little bit of temperature wouldn't affect her. As for Nagisa, Wu Yen knows that she's the most ordinary of them all. It was inside her body. There was also a terrifying ice familiar. Even if Nagisa couldn't control or even sense the familiar, it was still ice's familiar. It probably wouldn't even need to wake up from the heat. Apart from Nagisa, the other three girls were aware of their own condition, but they still looked at the two true ancestors lazily. No matter what, you're still two grown men. Isn't your performance a little too unbearable? Kotori was as merciless as usual. Those with weak mental fortitude would be ashamed to death. That's right. Nagisa put her hands on her hips in agreement. You can go shopping with so many cute students, juniors, and sisters. What's there to be unhappy about? If the boys in my class knew that they could go shopping with Yukina-chan and Kanon-chan, they might even fight for the seat. Isn't that a little too much? Koju, who had a negative EQ, couldn't understand what was going on, let out a sigh. Are all the boys in the middle school division? He's so stupid to go out and fight with a girl. Wu Yen chose to distance himself from Koju. At the same time, 3 cold gazes landed on Koju. Stupid. Yukina's expressionless face tightened. Her voice was emotionless. Is that so? Huh. Kotori raised an eyebrow and smiled mischievously. I'm surprised that such a slow-witted man still exists. Although, I really want to drag you out and roast you, oomph. Nagisa narrowed her eyes and announced as if she was announcing a death sentence. Kojo-kun, there's no dinner for you tonight. Hey! Gu Cheng was stunned for a moment before he let out a sorrowful cry. What he got in return was the joyful laughter of the 3 girls. Wu Yen shook his head with a smile. Kotori was right. There are still such slow men around. If they don't have any skills, they'll be lonely for the rest of their lives. While shaking his head, Wu Yen noticed Canon, who has been observing her surroundings without saying a word. He couldn't help but ask her, "What's wrong? Canon, did you notice something strange?" Canon opened her mouth in shock. Then, she quickly shook her head and lowered her head in embarrassment. "And no, it's my first time here. I'm just curious." Wu Yen paused for a moment before remembering. Canon was an orphan from a young age. Ever since she was conscious, she had no information about her parents. According to her, she was adopted by a monastery and spent her childhood there. However, an accident happened to the monastery 5 years ago. Other than Canon, everyone else died in the accident. Even the monastery was damaged beyond repair and almost turned into ruins. If Kensei didn't adopt her, it's hard to imagine how Canon would have survived without a place to call home. She wasn't lucky to be adopted by Kensei. She was transformed into a monster with the name of an angel. She was forced to participate in inhumane killings. Only when he rescued her was Canon truly free from the abyss of suffering. In other words, before today, Canon's past wasn't too bad, but it wasn't too bad either. Even so, she still has a kind heart that others can't compare to. Even though her life was tough and painful, she always had a saint's smile on her face. Really, no matter how you look at it, you can't help but want to hug her and comfort her. Looking at Canon's pure smile, Wu Yen suppressed the pity in his heart and stroked her beautiful silver hair. "If that's the case, then let's enjoy ourselves today. Buy whatever you want, buy as much as you can in one go." Wu Yan's mood lightened up quite a bit after saying such bold words. "Don't worry about my wallet. At least I'm richer than you think." "Really?" Canon wanted to reject Wu Yan's suggestion. Just like he said, she was worried about Wu Yan's wallet. No, she didn't want to burden Wu Yan. After all, she's staying at his house and might have to be taken care of. If possible, Canon didn't want to burden Wu Yan. Unfortunately, Wu Yan's suggestion was too tempting for Canon. It was one thing that she had never been here before, but it was also because Canon was also a girl. Almost all girls like to shop to their heart's content. Canon didn't want to cause any trouble for Wu Yan. But her real thoughts came out of her mouth first. "Of course it's true." Wu Yan patted his chest. "Don't forget, I'm a teacher and an attack mage. I'm pretty rich with both salaries. Don't worry, I have enough to spend. Even if it's not enough, I can sell it for a few gold coins." Of course, Wu Yan wouldn't say that out loud like an idiot. However, Canon was still as happy as a kitten, her eyes narrowed into slits. "Thank you, Sensei." "You're welcome." Wu Yan wanted to reply to Canon with a smile, but he felt a piercing gaze on his back. When he turned around, he saw Kotori, Nagisa, and Yukaina staring at him with different expressions. Their gazes were especially oppressive. "Weren't you listless just a moment ago?" Kotori glanced at Wu Yan from the corner of her eyes. "Why do you look so happy now?" "Teacher." "Sensei." Yukaina looked at Wu Yan as if she just got to know him again. "I didn't expect Sensei to be the same as Senpai. My impression of you has changed, idiot." Nagisa scolded with tears in her eyes. She looked like she was bullied by Wu Yan. "Idiot." Wu Yan's mouth twitched. He subconsciously took a step back. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. This time, he really didn't do it to increase her favorability. Chapter 956. As everyone knows, Itagami Island is a demon special district. This island exists for the purpose of researching demons. Because of this, the most common buildings on the island are the research facilities, followed by the residences of the residents. Even though there are plenty of places like the commercial district that provide daily necessities, they are still lacking compared to the first two. After all, Itagami Island is a man-made island. Its surface area is only so big. Once all the buildings are built on it, there is no way to expand it. Because of this, there are so many man-made islands around Itagami Island for garbage disposal. This is to reduce the need for land on Itagami Island. Perhaps due to the fact that Itagami Island was a special demon zone, there were a few shopping malls that took up a lot of space. Basically, as long as it was necessary for daily necessities, such as clothes, food, entertainment, etc. It was very convenient to have everything. This time, Wu Yan's group came to the shopping malls not just to shop, but also to prepare daily necessities for Canon. Even though she was adopted by Wu Yan, Canon came to Wu Yan's house as a pauper. She didn't have any money on her, she didn't even have the daily necessities that she used to own. Otherwise, she wouldn't be wearing the casual clothes that she's not used to, she would be wearing her uniform. Therefore, Canon's daily necessities had to be bought from scratch. For example, clothes, toiletries, bed, sheets, etc. It was quite a lot. Because of this, when Nagisa heard that Canon needed a lot of things, she volunteered to help. She brought Yukaina and Koju along. Of course, a big part of the reason was that Nagisa also wanted to buy a lot of things. Moreover, after walking around the shopping mall for almost an hour, Nagisa's enthusiasm did not diminish at all. Along the way, other than buying necessities for Canon, she also paid special attention to the snacks. From the moment they started shopping, her mouth did not stop moving. Not only Nagisa, but Kotori and Yukaina as well. Even Canon and the other two girls showed a different level of enthusiasm. After walking around the mall for so long, the four girls did not rest for even a moment. They did not complain about being tired. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel suspicious. It said that girls love to shop, this he knows, but why would such thin and weak girls like them? Why did they have so much energy to use up when they were shopping? Especially Nagisa. Her physique was not good to begin with. She was not good at sports, but after walking around for an hour, she was still as energetic as ever. Not only Wu Yan, even her brother Koju was confused. Looking at the four beautiful girls who were running in front of him, laughing and chatting along the way, he felt a chill run down his spine. Wu Yan, who was carrying bags, sighed. He asked Koju, who was also full of bags. Koju, do you think we are the immortal vampires or immortals? Why are they all so energetic, while we're half dead? Who knows? Koju was sweating profusely. I haven't been able to figure out the answer since the first time I went shopping with Nagisa. Koju said. Wu Yan was speechless. Is this really a natural ability of girls? Entering a state of unlimited energy while shopping? Ha! Koju said with a fake smile. If there is such a skill, I want one too. For example, entering a state of unlimited energy in the morning. Koju hated the fact that his vampire physique caused him to laze around in bed. Wu Yan used despise on him. How can you understand how blissful it is to sleep in the morning? Hey, do you think this is something a teacher should say? Koju complained. Shouldn't you say something like early to bed and early to wake up? It's good for your health. Ha! This time, it was Wu Yan's turn to smile. Although I teach junior high school, I'm still a kindergarten teacher. In your heart, do I look like a kindergarten teacher to you? Tisk, who knows? Koju's tone was laced with hatred. Regardless of whether it's kindergarten or middle school, I don't have a good impression of a bad teacher like you who laid your hands on your own students. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. This damned Siscon. Fortunately, he didn't know Nagisa was taken down by Koju, otherwise. The image of Koju going berserk and releasing Lion's gold when he found out his sister was taken down surfaced in his mind. For some reason, Wu Yan was looking forward to it. He was looking forward to Koju's reaction. View, come over here. While the two true ancestors were engaged in a meaningless conversation, Nagisa waved at them cheerfully with a cheerful smile on her face. Her short ponytail swayed from side to side with Nagisa's movements like a puppy wagging its tail at its owner. She was extremely adorable. In an instant, the vampire teacher and the Siscon vampire, who had already subdued their student, were shaken. Without hesitation, the two of them lifted their feet and immediately wanted to rush forward. HM? Just as the two of them were about to rush forward, a strange feeling emerged from the bottom of their hearts, causing their charging posture to abruptly stop. The movements of their feet also became sluggish on the spot. This feeling. Koju frowned, his nose twitched. The smell of blood. Wu Yan's eyes flashed and he stopped moving. Yukaina suddenly ran over with a serious look on her face. Sensei, senpai, just now. It was obvious that Yukaina, with her extraordinary astral vision, also felt that something was wrong. Wu Yen waved his hand to calm her down. He took off the bags on his body and handed them to her. You two stroll around, I'll be right back. Are they here for Yanasi-sen? Yukaina took the bags from Wu Yen. She stared at Wu Yen. I'm not sure. Wu Yen shook his head. But apart from this, I don't know any other reason why we would be targeted. Are you still not going to let Yanasi-san go? Koju clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He turned around and looked at Wu Yen. I'll go with you. If you leave alone, Nagisa and the others will be suspicious. Wu Yen pondered for a moment and nodded. Yukaina hurriedly said, Then I. Jijua, you don't have to go. Wu Yen interrupted her. If too many people go, it'll only arouse suspicion. But... Yukaina panicked when she heard Wu Yen. If Senpai does something stupid. As the fourth primogenitor, Koju is still incomplete. But because of that, his familiars could easily wipe out the entire island if he goes on a rampage. How could Yukaina let him out of her sight under such circumstances? Don't worry. Wu Yen smiled at Yukaina. Don't you have me to watch over him? That's why I'm worried. Yukaina didn't try to hide her thoughts. Sensei, don't forget that you're a vampire that's no safer than Senpai. She said angrily. Don't confuse me with Koju. Wu Yen retorted. It's not like I only know how to summon familiars. Do I look like the type of person who would casually summon familiars? In fact, Wu Yen only used his familiars once during his first battle with Vatler. Apart from that, he only used his familiars once during his first battle with Vatler. To him, vassal beasts were his trump cards. Who would use them unless it was absolutely necessary? Besides, Wu Yen narrowed his eyes at Nagisa and the others. You still have to protect them. Yukaina hesitated. All right. Wu Yen patted Yukina's shoulder. It won't take long. I'll leave them to you. Wu Yen ignored Yukina's reply. He looked at Nagisa, Kanon, and Kotori, who nodded at him. He turned around and left with Koju. Chapter 957. Unbeknownst to him, the number of people in the shopping center had suddenly decreased. The originally bustling shopping center was still as lively on the upper 10 floors. However, on the first floor of the shopping center, the number of people was decreasing bit by bit. They either went to the higher floors or directly left the shopping center. Now, the entire first floor of the shopping center was empty. Gu Cheng and Wu Yen stood side by side at the entrance of the shopping center. Gu Cheng looked around with surprise. How did you do it? Gu Cheng turned to Wu Yen with a strange expression. There were so many people here just a moment ago. I used a dispel idler's spell. Wu Yen didn't try to hide it. That's a tactic that can give a psychological hint to the people around it. With this tactic, all the ordinary people within the coverage of the tactic will leave under the effect of dispersing idlers. This is also a tactic that is specially used to prevent ordinary people from being involved in the battle. That's really convenient. Well, after all, things like battles can happen anytime and anywhere, and there are many things that are not suitable for ordinary people to participate in, such as this type of tactic. Some attack mages who are proficient in magic should be able to do it as well. Wu Yen cracked a smile. By the way, I've set up a barrier around the mall while I'm casting Dispel the Idlers. As long as you don't release 2 familiars or more, you won't be able to damage anything in the mall. Wow! Gu Cheng was truly shocked. It wasn't that he hadn't heard of barriers before. However, barriers that could stop his familiars. He had never heard of such a thing. Even though he was the 4th primogenitor, he still had some basic knowledge. But at the very least, he knew how powerful his familiars were in this world. Barriers that could stop his familiars. They were practically non-existent. But now, the vampire teacher in front of him said he set up a barrier that could stop his familiars. How could Gu Cheng not be suspicious? Even if he wasn't a complete primogenitor, he was still a primogenic. He looked at Gu Cheng's expression. Wu Yan knew what he was thinking. He rolled his eyes at him. Don't think that my barrier is that powerful. No matter how powerful it is, it won't be able to stop a primogenitor's familiar. I'm only relying on my powerful mana to fill the surface of my barrier with mana. That way, if the barrier is attacked by a familiar, it'll more or less neutralize a portion of the damage. Wu Yan glanced at Gu Cheng. Besides, even if I did that, it would only be able to fend off the attack of one familiar beast, and that would only be the aftermath of the attack. Don't let your familiar beast hit the magic screen, or you'll be in big trouble. Of course, if you want to be cut into pieces by Jizhua, I have no problem with that. I can't protect this shopping center, but I'm confident that I can protect the people in the shopping center. No. No need. This is enough. Gu Cheng's face was covered in sweat. He hurriedly said, I'll only use one familiar. I won't let it crash into the barrier. That's a story for another time. Wu Yan shook his head and sighed. Let's hope the enemy doesn't force you to unleash your familiars to take care of them. Gu Cheng's expression froze. He nodded solemnly. At this moment, the automatic door of the shopping center suddenly opened. Under the watchful eyes of the two, a group of soldiers covered in black armor and armed with assault rifles rushed in from outside the shopping center. They seemed to want to go deeper into the shopping center. The soldiers charged in one direction without hesitation. Wu Yan and Gu Cheng immediately realized what was going on. Their whereabouts had been exposed long ago. The soldiers rushed over in unison. When they saw the two people in front of them, they stopped and split up. They formed an arc around Wu Yan and Gu Cheng. They raised their assault rifles. Who are these guys? When Gu Cheng saw the black-armored soldiers, he was stunned and frowned. No, the smell of blood didn't belong to them. They don't smell like living humans. Wu Yan stared at the soldiers. Are they robots? Or zombies? Sa. Gu Cheng's tone became heavier. They're coming. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-armored soldiers in front of him raised their submachine guns and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Tut 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 tut. Sparks flew out from the muzzle of the gun. Amidst the sounds of gunfire, a barrage of bullets broke through the atmosphere of the space, whistling through the air as they flew towards the two of them from all directions. Faced with the collective spurting sparks and listening to the gunshots in the air, the two true ancestors of vampires did not change their expressions at all. They stood where they were without moving at all, but magnificent magic waves were spreading out of their bodies. The mana on Gu Cheng's body transformed into a golden barrier that protected his body. When the bullets hit the barrier, they were either disintegrated by the electric current or bounced off the barrier. Wu Yan is even more direct. Pure mana surged around him and he welcomed the incoming bullets head-on. The bullets collided with the flow of mana and they all turned around and went back to where they came from. The black-armored soldiers in front of him fell to the ground. Immediately after, a huge crimson spatial ripple reverberated in the air and instantly expanded, covering the sky above all the black-armored soldiers. With a soft snap of a finger, black iron sand swords fell down like raindrops. Ding 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 ding. The iron sand swords directly pierced through the bodies of the black-armored soldiers on the ground. After a series of strange and crisp sounds, the black-armored soldiers were nailed to the ground by the iron sand swords. Arcs of electricity and sparks flickered on their bodies. Wu Yan and Koju finally got a good look at the soldiers in black armor. Their bodies weren't filled with flesh and organs, they were filled with wires and machinery. They really are robots. Wu Yan stroked his chin and sighed. It looks like the ones attacking this time should be from the High Mage's Craft and Plastic team. Is that the company that supported Kensei Kanase's creation of artificial angels? Gu Cheng frowned and said with disgust, "Hey, why don't you just take your men and shut down that company?" "You think I don't want to?" Wu Yan helplessly continued. "However, Natsuki isn't back yet. Why did the airship from Ayutthaya Kingdom disappear at this time? What does it have to do with the fake angel incident? We still don't know. It's absolutely inadvisable to act rashly without investigating thoroughly." Gu Cheng nodded and opened his mouth to say something. His expression suddenly changed. Wu Yan's expression froze as well. He and Gu Cheng both turned their heads and looked at the sky. In their line of sight, strands of golden brilliance were circulating in the air. They were like circular ripples, moving back and forth. At the center of the light, a young girl wearing fur clothes with a pair of wings on her back and a mask on her face slowly appeared. That's... Gu Cheng gasped. Masked parasite? It's not the masked parasite. Wu Yan was shocked. It's a clone. A clone of the masked parasite. Clone? Gu Cheng looked at Wu Yan. But didn't you say that the two masked parasite clones were already? Wu Yan frowned and looked at the masked parasite. His eyes narrowed. Looks like Sorcerer's Craft and Plastic has more than two masked parasite clones. Wu Yan guessed wrong. Sorcerer's Craft and Plastic only had two masked parasite clones. The one in front of him was created after he rescued Cannon. To get Cannon back. Chapter 958. Wu Yan and Koju's expressions turned ugly as they watched the masked parasite spread its wings and stare at them like an eagle. In the light, two more masked parasites slowly appeared next to the masked parasites. They spread their wings and flew in the air, looking down at the two true ancestors of vampires on the ground. There was not the slightest ripple in their eyes, and they were as dead as death. 3 masked parasites? Wu Yan murmured and sneered as the 3 masked parasites were reflected in his eyes. You really put in a lot of effort, sorcerer craftsmanship? Of course. A voice full of anger and resentment came from the entrance of the shopping center, attracting the attention of Wu Yan and Koju. When the automatic door opened, a calm-looking man in a white lab coat walked in with a blonde-haired woman. Their gazes locked onto Wu Yan. One of them had a serious look while the other had a hateful look. They were Kensei and BB. The one who spoke was BB. Her face was full of resentment and she held a spear in her hand. BB sneered and said, "In order to take back that monster, I want to cut you into pieces. In order to cut you into pieces, I've invested all the remaining assets of the company into the 3 masked parasites. So, I'm sorry, but can I ask you to die?" Hearing that, Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and smirked. He taunted her. "You're just a rat that barely escaped from me by relying on your vampire's life force. Ugly, I can't believe you have the guts to say something like that." "Shut up," BB sneered. Originally, her looks are pretty decent, but this kind of behavior ruined her pretty good looks. Just like what Wu Yan said, she's an ugly freak right now. Wait until I poke you into a beehive. Then I'll take care of your mouth. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Wu Yan shook his head. He didn't even look at her as he looked at the 3 masked parasites hovering in the air. Is the source of your confidence from them? Not bad, right? Our company's product. BB sneered with a remote control in her hand. Although it's not as good as that monster's fake, it's surprisingly useful. Hearing BB say, "That monster," and "that monster," again and again, Wu Yan's face suddenly turned cold and then he smiled again. "Do you believe that before my mouth is taken care of by you, I can make that mouth of yours unable to open its mouth to speak?" BB was angry and wanted to refute, but when she saw Wu Yan's cold eyes hidden under his smile, her chest seemed to be blocked by something and she couldn't say a word. At this time, Koju stood out. "Are you Kensei Kanase?" His face was calm and composed. The calm Kensei Kanase. Koju clenched his fist. "Tell me, why did you transform Kanase into a fake angel?" Faced with Koju's reprimand, Kensei lowered his head and said something that almost made Koju explode in anger. "I transformed Cannon into a fake angel. I made the decision when I adopted her." As if he was talking about a tool and not his daughter, Kensei Kanase slowly said, "No matter what, this is her fate. Fate." Koju was so angry that he laughed. "You're saying that this is Kanase's fate? Did she say that she wanted to become an angel? Did she say that she had such a fate?" Traces of golden electricity flashed across Koju's body, showing his master's mood. Lowering his head and gritting his teeth, Gu Cheng yelled angrily, You transformed her into a fake angel without permission and claimed that all of this is her fate. You have no right to be Kane's father. Kensei Kane's eyes flashed with a strange light, but his expression didn't change. This made Koju even angrier. He couldn't help but take a step forward. However, a hand landed on his shoulder and pulled him back. His indifferent eyes met Kensei Kane's gaze. The two looked at each other for a moment before Wu Yen spoke. Kensei Kane. Wu Yen softened his tone as he continued. First of all, let me thank you. Kensei Kane was stunned. Even Koju and BB were stunned. Thank you for raising Kanon for 5 years. Without giving Kensei Kane a chance to react, Wu Yen looked him straight in the face. Although you brought nothing but pain to Kanon, if you didn't adopt her, she wouldn't have been able to survive until now. She wouldn't have been able to stand in front of me. Therefore, I want to thank you for raising Kanon for 5 years. Wu Yan's tone suddenly changed. However, from now onwards, from today onwards, Kanon is my family. Kanon's future will be created by the two of us. Taking a few steps forward, Wu Yan looked at Kensei, who is still in a daze. His unquestionable tone came out of his mouth. You, the one who adopted Kanon, gave her a fate without a future. Now, Kanon is no longer your daughter, but my family. Her fate will be decided by me. Let me tell you, if you want to snatch Kanon away from me and turn her into a mindless monster. Wu Yan's lips curled into a cold smirk as his voice reverberated throughout the area. Don't even think about it. Kensei Kane's expression changed drastically. He lost his composure as he looked at Wu Yan, who made a declaration to him. He couldn't help but take a step back. The anger in Koju's heart dissipated silently. He smiled and walked forward to stand beside Wu Yan. That's right. Kane's fate. It's not something you can decide anymore. Kensei Kane trembled. His face was filled with anger. What do you know? What do you know? You don't know anything. What right do you have to deny me everything? What right do you have? Wu Yan lowered his head and slowly raised it again. You think you can touch my family? You, sensei? Kensei Kane's face was filled with anger. However, he was immediately interrupted by a familiar voice. He froze on the spot. Wu Yan and Koju were shocked. They turned to look at the source of the voice. Kanon walked out of the mall's elevator. Kodori and Yukaina followed behind her. Why are you here? Koju quickly asked. Where's Nagisa? Nagisa didn't come down. Yukaina replied. There seems to be a spell formation that dispels ordinary people. Nagisa was also affected. That's why she didn't come down. Koju heaved a sigh of relief. Kanon. Wu Yan frowned and looked at Kanon reproachfully. How could you come down? I'm sorry, sensei. Kanon apologized without hesitation. However, her face was full of smiles. She looked at Wu Yan emotionally. She clearly heard Wu Yan's words. But I don't want to run away anymore. Kanon looked at Wu Yan with determination. She said expectantly. At least let me face it, okay? Wu Yan was stunned by Kanon's resolute and hopeful tone. Wu Yan looked at the girl who exuded a holy aura. He suddenly felt that he had imagined her to be too weak. His monastery was destroyed and his body was transformed. Under such circumstances, how could a person who could still smile from the bottom of his heart be weak? Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. Don't regret it. Kanon's eyes lit up and a dazzling smile appeared on her face. She put on a dazzling smile. Chapter 959. When he saw Kanon appear in front of him, Kensei Kane's restless heart strangely calmed down for some reason. A calm expression returned to Kensei Kane's face. His eyes hidden behind his glasses were fixed on Kanon. Why? Kensei looked at Kanon and gritted his teeth as if he didn't understand what was going on. Kensei looked at Kanon and gritted his teeth. Why is Kanon able to regain her consciousness? The evolution of a fake angel can be divided into 8 stages. Every time a fake angel devours the spiritual core of another angel during a ritual, she will evolve and advance to the next stage. If a fake angel devoured the spiritual centers of the other 6 fake angels, she would be in the 7th stage. The artificial angel at the 7th stage will be the last artificial angel. Once she completely fuses the 7 spiritual centers in her body and reaches the 8th stage, which is also the final stage, she will be able to evolve into a real angel. After the battle, she will ascend and disappear. Canon had already devoured 7 spirituality centers, and was now at the 7th stage of the artificial angel. At this stage, the artificial angel was the closest to becoming an angel. It was only a step away from becoming an angel, and angels didn't have their own consciousness. Canon should have lost all her consciousness after reaching the 7th stage. Even if she didn't lose all her consciousness, there shouldn't be much left. She can't even support the operation. But Canon looked exactly the same as she usually did. Could it be that the spiritual evolution ritual was destroyed? Kensei Kanase pulled out a remote control from his pocket and stared at the indicator light that was still on. No. I can still sense the spiritual evolution tactic. It hasn't been destroyed yet. But why? He turned back to Canon. Kensei was confused. Could it be that angels could also maintain their own consciousness? Realizing her inner thoughts, Kenji shook her head. But soon, she remembered something and turned her head abruptly. He looked at Wu Yen. It's him. He must have done something. While Kensei was thinking about what Wu Yen did, Canon shifted her gaze to him. There was a hint of sadness in her eyes. Father. Kensei froze up and he finally retracted his gaze from Wu Yen. Father. Canon trembled when she saw Kensei looking at her. Canon shrank back a little timidly, but she quickly stood up resolutely. Father, please go back. Canon said in a pleading tone. I don't want to hurt anyone anymore. Kensei Kanase was silent. He stared at Canon with an expressionless face. It's already too late. After you've chosen this path, there's no turning back for me. That's not the path I chose. Canon's voice suddenly rose several times. Although her voice was soft, it sounded different to Kensei Kanase, who was familiar with Canon. Because to Canon, this level of voice was no different from an angry roar. That wasn't the path I chose. Canon's voice grew weaker. Her voice was filled with sorrow. So, Father, please leave. Wah! Looking at Canon's pleading and sorrowful expression, Kensei Kanase's expression shook violently. Wu Yen, Kotori, Yakaina, and Koju didn't say anything. They watched the scene in silence. At least for now. The scene belongs to the father and daughter. However, someone couldn't stand it any longer and broke the silence. The sound of something tearing through the air woke everyone up. By the time everyone reacted, a whip-like foreign object was already charging towards Kensei Kanase, smashing him in the chest and sending him flying. Kensei Kanase let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying and smashed into a distant wall. The remote control in his hand fell to the floor. Father! Canon cried out in alarm. Ah, outsiders are unreliable? As if she was impatient, Bibi walked to the remote control that had fallen on the floor. She reached out and picked it up. It took you so much effort to create a monster like that, but you can't do it because of a few words from others. You're really useless. With a disgusting smile on her face, Bibi looked at Kensei Kanase with disdain, then turned to Canon and laughed again. As a monster, you should have the self-awareness of a monster. Be obedient and listen to me. She raised the remote control in her hand. While everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events, Bibi grinned and pressed the button. Canon, who was standing beside Wu Yen and Ko, started glowing faintly. Kanase! Koju and Yakaina were shocked. They wanted to take a step forward, but it was too late. Canon's face was filled with shock, confusion, and bewilderment. Lines of runes slowly appeared on the surface of her body, which glowed faintly. Then, 3 pairs of golden wings burst out of Canon's back. Angel form. Haha. Bibi laughed maniacally and pressed the remote control in her hand again. Kill them all. No. Canon's face was pale as she looked at the changes on her body. She felt her body starting to float uncontrollably. Despair appeared in her eyes. Was she going to return to her previous state? Kanase. Koju and Yukaina rushed out. One rushed towards Kanase while the other rushed towards the remote control in BB's hand. BB's face contorted as she raised the gun in her hand. Unfortunately, neither the crazed BB, the despairing Canon, nor Koju and Yukaina noticed. Wu Yen and Kodori coldly observed the situation from the side. They were not at a loss at all. "It's about time you did it." Kodori looked at the despairing Canon and said to Wu Yen, "Canon is scared out of her wits." Wu Yen didn't answer. Instead, he closed his eyes and he started channeling his magic power. Canon, who was floating in the air, closed her eyes and waited for her body to change again. Not long after, she sensed an extremely dense mana appearing in her body without warning. It rushed into the spell circuits on the surface of her body. Canon felt that she was slowly regaining control of her body. Canon sensed the return of control over her body and the magical power that helped her regain control of her body. She smelled a familiar scent. A figure appeared in her mind. Looking at the figure in her mind, Canon's cold heart warmed up. Her pale face became rosy, and her heart was filled with excitement. I can feel Sensei. Sensei. Canon called out as if she was sleep-talking. A peaceful and holy smile appeared on her face. At this moment, Canon's 3 pairs of glowing wings turned into pure white wings. A pure white halo appeared above her head and covered her head. The ominous aura that belonged to the fake angel turned into waves of holy aura. The flowing tactical circuits quietly shattered, as if they had never existed in the first place, scattering into light spots that filled the sky. I can feel it. It's Sensei's figure. Canon repeated that heartwarming call in her heart over and over again. Her heart gradually calmed down. Under everyone's gaze, Canon's body slowly disintegrated into feathers. They floated to Wu Yen and merged into his body. What's going on? This time, even Wu Yen is shocked. He had no idea this was happening. At the same time, Ding. Character, Kanase Canon, has transformed into an angel. You have obtained the power of an angel. Ding. Character, Kanase Canon, has fused with user's body. Their minds are compatible. The nature of its existence was in line with the activation conditions of the demonic beast mark. Demon beast seal, activated. Character, Kanase Canon, has transformed into a familiar. Ding. You have obtained the familiar, holy angel. Chapter 960. Ding. Character, Kanase Natsuin, has transformed into an angel. Obtained angel's power. Ding. Character, Kanase Natsuin, has fused with user's body. Mental compatibility. Beast mark's activation condition is met. Demon beast seal, activated. Character, Kanase Natsuin, has transformed into a familiar. Ding. Obtained familiar, angel of holiness. Has. The contents of the system notification stunned Wu Yen, who was in a state of confusion. Kanase has transformed into his familiar? What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? BB shouted out Wu Yen's thoughts. She glared at Wu Yen with a ferocious expression. What did you do? Even though BB didn't care about Kanase's life or death, she couldn't accept the fact that her most powerful weapon disappeared right in front of her eyes. Kodori snapped out of her daze and looked at Wu Yen in shock. What's going on? Wu Yen smiled bitterly. Why are they asking me questions? He wants to know what's going on too. A living person has turned into his familiar and she's now residing in his body. This is even more unexpected than merging with the girls' lives. Wu Yen didn't expect this. However, Wu Yen can clearly sense Kanase's presence in his body. She's sleeping with his other 2 familiars. She's residing in his blood, just like any other familiar. The only difference was that vassal beasts were a collection of mana, but Canon's vassal beasts were real. While obtaining a familiar, Wu Yen learned all about the familiars, including Kanase. Now that she's his familiar, Wu Yen can even read Kanase's measurements. Her existence is the same as well. That's why Wu Yan knows that if he releases Kanace, she'll appear in her real body. She's the same as other familiars, summoning Kanace to maintain her existence. Both require magical energy to support her, but she's immortal. As long as the host doesn't die, the familiar will never die. The host only needs to expend magical energy to summon the familiar again. That's what's happening to Kanace. In other words, she's a real familiar. Other than having an extra body, she's the same as a real familiar. Wu Yan's mind was still in a daze. It's strange to have an extra person in his body. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yan suppressed the questions in his mind. He told Kotori in a low voice, "I don't know what's going on, let's talk about it later, Sensei." Koju and Yukaina came to Wu Yan's side. They looked at BB. They were also full of questions. They wanted to know what had happened and where Kanon had gone. But now was not the time to talk about this. You guys. BB's face was full of anger as she slammed the remote control on the ground. After smashing it into pieces, he picked up the remote control. "Forget it, I have plenty of weapons like that." The 3 masked parasites that had been floating silently in the air suddenly came to life. They dived down towards Wu Yan and the others. Looking at the 3 masked parasites diving towards him, Wu Yan reached out his hand and placed it on his chest. "Although I still don't know what's going on, it seems like we've become one." Wu Yan closed his eyes and muttered softly, ignoring the masked parasite that was about to attack him. "I know you can hear my voice. So, Kanon, come back to me once again." Wu Yan opened his eyes. Unlike his usual berserk demonic power, a gentle and holy aura surged from his body. As the gentle mana surged, the hand on his chest turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, a few blood-red lines appeared on his hand. In the next moment, a thick blood mist gushed out from the black hand that was covered in red patterns. "Descend, holy angel!" Following Wu Yan's summon, the bloody mist turned and its color was replaced by gold. It floated into the air and twisted into a ball of light. Within the ball of light, a beautiful figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. Her silver hair fluttered without wind, and 3 pairs of pure white wings fluttered up and down. A gentle golden brilliance circulated on the surface of her body, and with the halo of an angel, she opened her blue eyes. "Kanon!" Koju, Yukaina, and Kotori shrieked. They didn't expect Wu Yan to summon a familiar, the so-called Angel of Holiness, to be Kanon. No way. BB was also dumbfounded. As if she didn't hear their cries, Kanon spread her arms and the 3 pairs of beautiful wings on her back spread out. The feathers danced in the air. A faint smile never left her face. Kanon closed her eyes again and holy mana surged around her. The ball of light around her expanded and illuminated the entire area. Everyone involuntarily closed their eyes under the strong light, but they felt extremely comfortable. It was as if they were exposed to sunlight in winter. Everyone revealed a satisfied expression. However, the 3 masked parasites were different. Under the bright light, the 3 masked parasites cried out in agony and fell to the ground in agony. Waves of black gas rose from their bodies and dissipated in the bright light like a miasma. The wings on the masked parasites vanished abruptly and the masks on their faces shattered into powder amidst the clear cracking sounds. They had actually broken away from their fake angel's form and turned into humans. This was Kanon's ability. Or rather, it was the ability of Wu Yan's familiar, the holy angel. Purify. Purify all filth in the world. Heal all pain in the world. After transforming into a familiar, the holy angel, Kanon had completely lost her ability to fight. However, she now possessed unparalleled purification and healing abilities. It was an ability that suited Kanon very well. "That's impossible!" BB cried out in shock as she retreated. The weapon that she relied on to survive, the weapon that she planned to use to revive the magic shooters, was actually defeated in a single exchange. She had used up all the remaining funds in the sorcerer's craft molding to create the clone. Is it over just like that? Damn it. Her face was covered with twisted resentment. BB raised her head and looked at the angel like Kanon, roaring crazily. I want you dead. He swung the spear at Canon like a whip, but under the purifying light of the angel of divinity, the spear was vaporized with a cry of anguish. What? Bibi was shocked. Before she could react, a petite figure flashed and appeared in front of her. The corners of Coteries' lips curled into a sinister arc. She swung her petite arm, and a stream of flames lashed over. Under Coteries' control, it smashed into Bibi's chest. Amidst the wailing, the flames enveloped Bibi's body and started burning. Her clothes instantly turned to ashes and her skin was charred black and smoking. Bibi's eyes rolled back and she fell to the ground like a dead pig that had been scalded into boiling water. Her body twitched bit by bit. Phew. Koju and Yukaina breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. He glanced at Bibi before looking at Kensei Kanase. He looked at the 3 masked parasites who were resurrected after fainting. Wu Yan's mood was unusually calm. Sensei, a soft voice followed by a golden light descended. Wu Yan looked up and saw Canon with 3 pairs of wings. She had a gentle smile on her face as she floated down. Wu Yan opened his arms and the angelic girl fell into his embrace. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the warmth that he had been waiting for a long time. Wu Yan chuckled as well. They hugged each other for an eternity. Chapter 961. The sky was clear and cloudless for thousands of miles, and the ocean waves were rolling. The sunlight of the day mercilessly sprinkled down, and the scorching temperature caused those who were exposed to it to feel dizzy and dizzy. It's been a whole day since the chaos in the shopping center. With the passing of the day, the fake angel incident came to an end. Regardless of the world or place, the police will only show up after the incident to clean up the mess. Yesterday's incident was no exception. By the time Itagami Island's police arrived at the shopping mall, the battle had been over for more than half an hour. The instigators of the incident, Kensei Yase and BB, were arrested by the police. Although the laws on Itagami Island are different from the outside world, there are still spells and abilities that can control people's consciousness. Therefore, the instigators of the incident won't necessarily be detained. However, Kensei and BB, who caused this series of events, will definitely receive a heavy sentence. There is no room for change in an incident caused by one's own motives. He was afraid that for a very long time, BB, this ugly vampire, would have to stay in prison for a long time. No matter what, she was an immortal vampire. She didn't have 100 or 80 years. She won't be released. As for Kensei Yase, his punishment is a little different. Wu Yan only found out after the fact that this guy looks like a doctor or a doctor. He was actually a royal magician of the royal family of the Kingdom of Aryutigia. He had once bought his life for the Kingdom of Aryutigia with his magic knowledge and methods. He's one of the reasons the Kingdom of Aryutigia sent an airship to Itagami Island. That's why he went missing. As a court magician of the Kingdom of Aryutigia, Kensei's magic skills required the power of the Aryutigia royal family as a medium in order to be effective. Moreover, members of the Aryutigia royal family were naturally very powerful mediums. In other words, the Kingdom of Aryutigia. They all have powerful spiritualists. When the Kingdom of Aryutigia's airship arrived at Itagami Island with a princess on board, he came up with a devious idea. Furthermore, the sorcerer Plastic covets the bloodline of the Kingdom of Aryutigia. He planned to use cloning technology to create powerful spiritualists and sell them for profit. The sorcerer's craft had attacked the Kingdom of Aryutigia's airship and caused it to go missing. Fortunately, the princess managed to escape at the last moment. Otherwise, she would have ended up in a worse state than Canon. At the very least, she would have ended up as a test subject for Kensei Kanase. Kensei Yase is a royal magician of the Kingdom of Aryutigia. He's very knowledgeable in magic. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to create an artificial angel. The higher-ups of Itagami Island seem to have taken a liking to his talent. He's probably working for them for a while. Of note, before Kensei Yase was taken away, he left behind a message for Wu Yan. Perhaps I'm an incompetent father. I don't have the right to be Canon's father. So, please make her happy. It's obvious that Kensei Yase cares a lot about his daughter. Wu Yen agreed to his request without hesitation. Kanon is now his familiar and can't be separated from him. Even if she's no longer his familiar, he's already decided to treat her as his family. He won't let any harm come to her. This was a decision that he had made to himself at the very beginning of his extraordinary life. He won't let any harm come to the girls by his side. Wu Yen never changed his mind. Of course, knowing that Kensei Yase cares about Kanon is one thing, but what he did is another. No matter what, he treated Kanon as his experimental subject. That's unforgivable. Kanon, on the other hand, has already let go of this matter. Maybe it's because she's no longer a fake angel, or because she's become Wu Yan's familiar, but her smile has become more profound. She's also more cheerful. She's both cute and holy. Wu Yen and Koju couldn't help but glance at her. After the incident, Kanon managed to get a chance to meet Kensei Yase through Wu Yen. Kanon stayed for more than an hour during that meeting. Wu Yen didn't know what she was talking about with Kensei Yase. He only knew that Kanon was in a good mood when she came back. Wu Yen didn't know what they talked about during the meeting, but he did learn a surprising piece of news. Kanon's mother is Kensei Yase's younger sister. Even though Kanon isn't Kensei Yase's daughter, the two of them are related by blood. Maybe it's because she knows she has a real family in this world that Kanon was so happy when she came back. She's such a lovable girl. In short, the incident has come to an end, and the ending seems pretty good, excluding some people's resentment. Itagami Island, Southern Residential Area, Room 704. The sound of a kitchen knife chopping against a chopping board could be heard continuously from the kitchen. Not only was the sound extremely messy, every move was made with more than 120% strength. It made people wonder if the chopping board would be split in half just like that. It's obvious that the person holding the knife is in a bad mood. Wu Yen, Kotori, Kanon, Yukaina, and Koju looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Nagisa. Koju looked like he's having a headache. He couldn't help but yell. If this continues, you're going to tear down the entire kitchen. It's none of your business. Nagisa didn't even turn her head. She was wearing an apron, so everyone could only see her back. She angrily chopped the ingredients on the chopping board. Who told you to leave me alone? Who told you not to let me join? Who told you to hide it from me? Who told you to hide it from me? Nagisa has a nagging personality to begin with, and now she's showing it to the fullest. She kept mumbling as she chopped the chopping board. The two voices mixed together is the most terrifying noise in the world. Wu Yen rubbed his forehead and looked around at everyone. Seeing the helpless look on everyone's face, he sighed and stood up before heading to the kitchen. He's Nagisa's secret lover. If he doesn't console her when she's upset, who else can? All right, Nagisa. Wu Yen rubbed Nagisa's head and he bitterly smiled. I know you want to help Kanon, but, if you were there, we wouldn't be able to rest easy. But Nagisa can't accept it. Nagisa pouted with tears in her eyes. She looked like she's about to cry. Kotori-chan, Yukina-chan, they all helped Kanon-chan, even Kojo-kun. I'm the only one who doesn't know anything. I didn't help at all. Nagisa can't accept it. I can't accept it. It's okay. Kanon, who also came into the kitchen, said. Kanon held Nagisa's hand with a comforting smile. She looked at Nagisa with her blue eyes. I know Nagisa-chan's intentions, so I'm happy. Really? Nagisa puffed up her cheeks. Don't you think I'm useless? Of course not. Of course not. Kanon quickly denied. Nagisa is amazing too. Is that so? Nagisa's eyes lit up like a child being praised. Wu Yen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She's still a child. Chapter 962. Ding dong. Outside the door, the doorbell suddenly rang, interrupting Nagisa, who was about to continue throwing a tantrum. All eyes that were on Nagisa subconsciously turned to the door. Before anyone could open the door, a weak wave of light flickered in the hall. Then, a petite figure accompanied by a strangely dignified voice entered everyone's ears. You're all here? Seeing so many people gathered at the scene, The person who came seemed to be a little surprised. Hearing the voice of the person, everyone reacted one after another. Wu Yen was the first to cry out in surprise. Natsuki! Koju also reacted and shouted without thinking, Natsuki-chan. Bang! Just as Gu Chung finished speaking, the tip of a parasol pierced his forehead. Without any suspense, Gu Chung screamed and fell onto the sofa. He held his head as tears flowed out of his eyes. Don't add the word, chun, behind teacher's name. Her face was as expressionless as ever, like a doll's delicate expression, and her gem-like eyes flashed with serious dissatisfaction. You can call the vampire teacher over there, but why do you call me by my name? You even added the word, chan. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but laugh. Well, Natsuki, this is your student showing affection to you, don't be so obvious about it. Wu Yen shrugged and he teased her. It's your fault for being so cute. Yes. Teacher Minamiya. Nagisa quickly stood up but said politely, Teacher Minamiya is so cute, Koju is an idiot, he must think so too. That's why he called her that. Don't call your brother an idiot. Gu Cheng rubbed his head in pain as he said unhappily, who would say that about their own brother? Nagisa made a funny face at Koju. She looked at him with disdain. Koju was a bit annoyed but Wu Yen found it funny. He turned to look at Natsuki. Speaking of which, if you want to move in, why press the doorbell? I don't have the hobby of trespassing on private property. Natsuki had only pressed the doorbell, but had entered without asking for permission. I couldn't find you at your place so I came to see if you were here. That's trespassing. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. 2 trespassers at that. On the other hand, Jijua's face was serious. He said to Natsuki, Is work done? Natsuki and the others knew that Natsuki and Wu Yen were going to split up. One of them is going to deal with the fake angel while the other is going to search for the missing airship of the kingdom of Eryutigia. They want to find the connection between the 2 incidents. Now that the fake angel incident was over, the reason for the disappearance of the kingdom of Eryutigia's airship had been found. It was understandable that Natsuki would come back. Surprisingly, Natsuki shook her head. Wu Yen frowned and poured a cup of black tea for her. Could it be that something went wrong again? Natsuki's face brightened up a bit when she saw Wu Yen pouring her a cup of black tea. She accepted the cup of black tea. She took a sip. It tastes good. Natsuki praised before looking at Wu Yen. I can't say that there's a problem. You've solved the mystery behind the disappearance of the airship from the kingdom of Eryutigia. I've also found the surviving members of the Knights of the Holy Ring. Natsuki smacked her lips. Including the princess who escaped. Isn't that great? Kotori glanced at Natsuki expressionlessly with a lollipop in her mouth. Or could it be that something has happened? Natsuki shook her head once more. Soon after, she looked at Kanon, who was sitting beside Kotori. She seemed a little nervous. The reason I'm here this time is for her. For Kanon-chan. Kotori, Nagisa, Yukaina, and Koju were stunned. Kanon? Wu Yen was taken aback. He looked at Kanon who didn't know what to do because of Natsuki's words. Natsuki didn't explain, she just said something. Akatsuki, open the door. Huh? Koju was confused by Natsuki's words. Natsuki hit him with her parasol again. I told you to open the door, so open it. Damn it. Koju's forehead turned red after being hit twice by Natsuki. Is this my home or your home? Koju complained but he still stood up and walked to the door. He opened it. For a moment, the entire place was deathly silent. Gu Cheng, who had opened the door, had a blank expression on his face as he frantically retreated step by step. As he retreated, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Gu Cheng maintained a blank expression as he retreated to the main hall. At that moment, a figure walked into the hall from the corner of the hallway. Looking at that figure, everyone present was stunned. Kanon was even more shocked. She was originally calm, but now her eyes were violently fluctuating. Her long silver hair swayed as she walked in the windless hall. She didn't look like a soldier, but she was wearing a military uniform that reminded people of a military performance. She was also wearing high-quality leather boots, just like a beautiful female knight in civilian clothes. However, her otherworldly temperament caused her knight-like attire to change into a princess in plain clothes. In addition to her breathtakingly beautiful face, the young lady who was dressed like a strong woman was completely transformed into a noble princess. Her eyes were a deep blue, like ice crystals that had been frozen for eternity. She glanced at everyone, and her eyes lit up when she saw Kanan. A perfect smile appeared on her face. Looking at the beautiful girl who was smiling, no one present was able to react in time. The girl was indeed very beautiful. No, using the word beautiful was not enough to describe her appearance. It should be said that she was simply too beautiful. Of course, if it was only because of her beauty, the crowd would not have reacted so unbearably. The reason why they were collectively stunned was because of the young girl's appearance. If she cut her hair to shoulder length, her height to less than 1.6 meters, and her age to less than 4 or 5 years, she would be Kanan's other side of the mirror. That's right, she looks too much like Kanan. She looks like Kanan's older sister. You. Kanan pointed at her in disbelief, but she quickly realized that it was rude of her to do so. She quickly lowered her hand with a timid expression on her face, which made the girl burst into laughter. "Are? Freya? Lee Havane. Calling himself R.A.? The girl named Freya tilted her head and smiled sweetly at the crowd. "I'm the princess of the kingdom of Erutigia. The princess that the Witch of the Gap mentioned just now was referring to me." Princess of the kingdom of Erutigia? Everyone was shocked, but strangely, they didn't feel the slightest bit of shock in their hearts. Instead, they believed the other party's words. Looking at that extraordinarily beautiful face, if such an appearance could not be called a princess, then there really was no one in this world who was qualified to be called a princess. Princess of the kingdom of Erutigia. Wu Yen pursed his lips. He looked at Natsuki with a questioning gaze. "Her Highness is here for Kanace Natsuki," Natsuki said bluntly. She did not try to avoid arousing suspicion. Or rather, the reason why the kingdom of Erutigia sent a flying ship to Itagami Island with this princess is because of Kanace Kanan. Wu Yen had a feeling after hearing Natsuki's words. It seems like there's more to the fake angel incident than meets the eye. Chapter 963. It was as if time had stopped. Two young girls, one big and one small, looked at each other quietly. However, one of them had a weak and helpless expression, while the other had a big smile on her face. Everyone stared at the scene of the two girls quietly looking at each other. Then they sized up their appearance and temperament. In the end, the conclusion was that they were similar. They were too alike. Both their appearance and temperament were very similar. Everyone would believe them if they said they were sisters. The only difference was that Kanan's temperament was more holy and timid. Freya's temperament was different from Kanan's. Noble, gorgeous, elegant, smart. No matter which one it was, they all showed her identity as the daughter of the king of Erutigia. Only someone of such status could cultivate such a temperament. "I finally get to meet you." The first to break the silence was R.A. Freya. Freya. She had a smile on her face. Freya's eyes, which were identical to Kanan's, were fixed on Kanan. The more she looked, the happier she felt. "I've always wanted to meet you." Kanan. It should have been very rude to be addressed by someone you met for the first time, but Kanan didn't blame him at all. Freya didn't blame her. It wasn't just because of Kanan's kind nature. It was also because she felt a sense of familiarity from this big sister, who looked so much like her. She couldn't bring herself to blame Freya. She recalled her meeting with Kensei the day before. Kensei had mentioned that he had other relatives in this world. Kanan couldn't help but feel hopeful. Kanan's mouth opened and closed, but she didn't know what to say. She didn't know if it was because she hoped that the person in front of her was her relative or because she was afraid of receiving bad news. In the end, Kanan couldn't form a complete sentence. She was so anxious that she almost died. Wu Yen could clearly sense Kanan's emotions. After all, Kanan was his familiar. Familiars were magical entities with their own consciousness. The host who provided them with a home could naturally sense part of their familiar's consciousness. Canon might have a physical body, but she was still his familiar. To maintain her existence, Wu Yen was still releasing his magical power. That's why, as the host, Wu Yen would be able to sense her mental state if her emotions fluctuate too much. Wu Yen sensed Canon's anxiousness and he stood up for her. Canon. Wu Yen stroked Canon's head. Let me do it. Canon, who had a telepathic connection with Wu Yen, looked at Wu Yen gratefully. She then retreated to Wu Yan's side. Freya flinched as she looked at Wu Yen in surprise. She seems to be surprised by his actions. You are? Me. Wu Yen scratched his face, shrugged. There are a lot of people who are related to Canon, like her teacher, her guardian, and so on. Hearing this, Freya nodded in relief and smiled. You're Wu Yen, right? Huh. This time it's Wu Yan's turn to be surprised. You know me? I can't say that I know you. I only found out about your existence yesterday. Freya tapped her cheeks and said, I'm Canon's guardian at this stage after all. I hope you don't mind me asking around a little. Well, it doesn't matter. He looked at Lala. Freya glanced at him and he pursed his lips. But, you seem to be very interested in Canon's situation. Plus, with your looks, can you tell me why you're looking for Canon? And Wu Yen glanced at Canon. Your relationship with Canon. R.A.? Freya's smile faded. She looked at Wu Yen and Canon, who was looking at her expectantly. She smiled bitterly. I do have a relationship with Canon. A look of surprise instantly appeared on Canon's face. But Freya, on the other hand, was unusually distressed, as if she had something that was hard to say and was too embarrassed to say it. But in the end, she still said it, and the moment she opened her mouth, everyone present was shocked. Canon's father. I'm talking about her biological father, not Kensei Kanase. After a moment of silence, he paused. Freya lowered her voice. Her father is my grandfather. Everyone was silent. Grandfather? Wu Yan's eyes widened. Wu Yan wasn't the only one who was shocked. Everyone, including Canon, except Natsuki, couldn't stay calm. You mean grandfather? Grandfather? Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched as he asked carefully. Are you sure he's not her father? Is he your father? It's a pity. Freya forced a smile and sighed. But it's true. Canon's father is my grandfather. In other words, Canon is my aunt. Everyone looked at R.A., who was 17 or 18 years old. Freya paced back and forth between Canon, who was still a little immature despite her charm. Then she fell silent. If the two were to be reversed, then R.A.? Everyone could still believe that Freya was Canon's aunt. But Canon is R.A.? Freya's aunt. A huge sense of dissonance continuously attacked everyone's heart. Rubbing his forehead, Wu Yen organized his words. Suddenly, he realized something and exclaimed in surprise. Doesn't that mean Canon is a member of the royal family? Everyone finally realized this, and their faces stiffened at the same time. Only Canon was at a loss. This isn't that strange, is it? R.A.? Freya pointed at her cheeks and shook her head helplessly. Kensei Yanasi is a royal magician of the kingdom of Eryutigia. A large part of his magic requires the help of a member of the royal family. Speaking of which, R.A.? Freya glanced at Canon and sighed. A magic ritual like the artificial angel creation that can artificially create an angel can't be done without the help of a member of the royal family. If Canon wasn't a member of the royal family, Kensei Kanase's artificial angel creation ritual wouldn't have reached the final stage. R.A. With Freya's words, everyone finally felt a little relieved. Indeed, the technology of artificially creating angels was too heaven-defying. If it could be used casually, the world would have been in chaos long ago. Wu Yen thought that the requirement for the spirit evolution was to use a powerful medium as the source material. Canon is just a super powerful medium, That's why she was able to evolve to the final stage of the spirit evolution. But it seems like the limitations of the spirit evolution spell is greater than he thought. You can't succeed if you're not a member of the royal family of Erutigia. This limitation was indeed very big. At this moment, Canon suddenly stood up. She clasped her hands and placed them in front of her chest like she's taking a deep breath. Canon took a deep breath. She asked nervously and expectantly, "Then my father, is he doing well now?" "Are?" Freya was taken aback. Looking at the expectant look in Canon's eyes, she smiled. Her smile was dazzling. "After the people in the palace found out about you, the fact that grandfather had an illegitimate daughter was also exposed. In order to avoid grandmother's wrath, grandfather ran away." With a face full of smiles, he said the words that made everyone present sweat profusely. Freya looked straight at Canon. "But he's doing well, there's no doubt about it." "Is that so?" Canon heaved a sigh of relief. She put on a sacred smile. "That's good." Wu Yen, Kotori, Nagisa, Yakaina, Koju and the others smiled as well. They looked at Canon with love. This kind-hearted girl would always think for others. She didn't even think about the fact that her so-called father had abandoned her and lived alone in the palace, a life that almost everyone envied. But Canon didn't even grumble. However, it was also because of this that Canon was the Canon in everyone's heart. She's so pure and kind. They have to admit that Canon is beautiful. In all sorts of ways. Chapter 964. Before coming to Itagami Island, I did some research on you, Canon, and I know your personality. She walked to Canon's back. Freya reached out her arms and wrapped them around Canon's body from behind. "But now that I've met you, I feel like I really like you. You're such a good child." Canon lowered her head shyly and bashfully pinched Freya. Freya's embrace was indeed quite comfortable, and she did not struggle out of it. Freya smiled at Canon's shyness. Freya seemed to be very satisfied. She suddenly changed the topic and opened her mouth. "Canon, come with me to the kingdom of Erutigia." The air froze. Canon was stunned. She didn't realize what kind of situation she was in. She didn't even realize that everyone was looking at her. "Canon-chan." Nagisa stepped forward. She wanted to say something but Kotori grabbed her hand and shook her head. Nagisa fell silent. Following the silence of the crowd, the atmosphere at the scene slowly turned heavy. "Father is looking forward to meeting you. Grandfather is also looking forward to meeting your father. Although he hasn't come back yet, once you return to the palace, he will definitely come back." It was unknown if he had noticed the oppressive atmosphere in the air. Freya continued with a smile. "Grandmother also wants to meet you. Even though she's mad at grandfather, she still cares about you. Everyone wants to see you." Hearing this, Canon fell silent. Her blue eyes scanned the room. She glanced at Kotori, Nagisa, Yakaina, and Koju. Finally, her gaze landed on Wu Yen. "Face RA?" Canon panicked when she heard Freya's suggestion. Canon was happy to know that she still had so many family members. She felt the same way as the others. She was looking forward to meeting her family. But in this place, she also had a tie that she absolutely could not give up. She couldn't give it up. Its crystal-like eyes met Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. It's Wu Yan's familiar. Canon could sense Wu Yan's emotions. Reluctance, pity, and hesitation. These emotions. At the same time, Wu Yan's thoughts flashed in his deep eyes. Canon could feel it, but she could feel more. He understood and supported her. Yes, if Canon chose to return to her family, Wu Yan would definitely support her. Even though it would be a joke if his familiar left him, Wu Yan didn't treat Canon as a familiar. She was a real person. Canon was a real human to begin with. She wouldn't have turned into his familiar if it wasn't for some unknown reason activating his monster mark. At the very least, Wu Yan won't restrict Canon's freedom and he won't interfere with her decisions. Even though this extremely lovable and kind-hearted young girl had already made him like her a little. However, just when Wu Yan thought that Canon would agree, Canon suddenly stopped. When Freya spoke, Canon's tender voice suddenly rang out, surprising him to the extreme. No. His voice was as soft as a mosquito, but everyone present could hear the determination in his voice. Kanon turned around and saw that she was facing R.A. Seiji. Freya opened her mouth to speak. "You want to stay here, why?" Unexpectedly, La Rosa's expression changed. Freya didn't reveal any strange expression. Instead, she said regretfully, as if she already knew Kanon would make such a choice. But at the same time, she also wanted to know Kanon's reason. This time, Kanon is no longer timid. She looked straight at Wu Yen with a smile that belongs to her as usual. "Here, I have my family too," Wu Yen, Kodori, Nagisa, and the others all laughed. However, Kanon's next sentence caused their smiles to freeze on their faces. Kanon's gaze gradually turned shy. She turned her head away shyly. Her voice, which was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, drifted into the ears of the people who were completely frozen. "Also, I've become Sensei's woman. That's right, Kanon is Wu Yan's woman now. To be more precise, she's Wu Yan's familiar. As vassal beasts residing in the blood of vampires, unless the host died, the vassal beasts would remain in the host's body forever. Even if the host died, the vassal beasts residing in the host's blood would die with them. The betrayal here isn't like what happened to Koju, where a group of familiars threw a tantrum and refused to listen to him. It's true betrayal. For example, Koju's familiar may be disobedient, but it still exists in his body. When he's in danger, it's a bit rough and uncontrollable, but in the end, it's to protect its master's safety. No one has ever heard of a familiar leaving its host's body to gain freedom. Therefore, in a way, the relationship between the host and familiars couldn't be broken. As Wu Yan's familiar, it's reasonable for Kanon to say that she belongs to Wu Yan. However, this sentence, in the ears of those who did not know the cause and effect of this matter, it was different, belongs to Sensei. Freya's smile froze for a split second. She quickly recovered, but it's a bit forced. She looked at Wu Yan, who's also frozen in place. Freya swept a glance over his body, her gaze gradually becoming thought-provoking. "From the reports, you haven't known Kanon for more than a week, right?" She's looking at him in a new light. Freya walked up to Wu Yan like she's getting to know him for the first time. She's smiling like a mischievous little girl. "I didn't expect you to act so quickly. It seems like I've underestimated you." "No. Wait, Sensei." Wu Yan was about to explain what happened when Nagisa started tearing up. She looked at Wu Yan like a naive girl who got cheated by a heartless man. She looked at Wu Yan like a naive girl who got cheated. "Why even? Kanon, no. It's not like that." It's LA's turn this time. Freya interrupted Wu Yan's explanation. She looked at Nagisa in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Don't tell me that even this cute little girl over here belongs to you as well?" To this, Wu Yan's forehead started to sweat. Kanon's side might be a misunderstanding, but Nagisa's side might belong to him too quickly, but their relationship isn't pure. Wu Yan's reaction is a tacit agreement in the eyes of others. It can't be. Gu Cheng was stunned as if he was struck by lightning. His body trembled violently. It was obvious that his heart was shaken. Surprisingly, he's a very popular person. Her beautiful eyes closed as she smiled. Freya moved closer to Wu Yan, her beautiful face enlarged in Wu Yan's eyes. Then she smiled. "It seems interesting, why don't you let me join as well?" "Ha!" Wu Yan is dumbfounded. Nagisa couldn't take it anymore. She jumped up and hugged Wu Yan's arm. She rushed at R.A. Yen. Freya shouted, "It's fine if it's Kaneon-chan, but you, absolutely not." "Nagisa," Gu Cheng jumped up before anyone else could react. "What are you doing? Let go of me." "Kojo-kun." Nagisa, who was defending her rights, turned her words into arrows, piercing Koju's fragile heart. "Shut up. What?" Gu Cheng's body trembled and trembled again. Finally, he could no longer suppress the trembling in his heart as he roared and pounced over. "Let go of me, bastard." "What? Let go of me. It seems interesting, I'll join too." Let go of Sensei. Canon-chan, come and help me. Why yes. Didn't I tell you to let go of me? They looked at La, who was hugging Wu Yan's arm together with Canon. La, who was hugging Wu Yan's other arm. Freya, Nagisa, Kotori, Yakaina, and Natsuki turned around expressionlessly. Nagisa, and Kotori turned around while Koju grabbed him by the neck. Idiot. Pervert. Boring. Chapter 965. Bang. Wu Yan collapsed on the sofa like a corpse. He stared at the ceiling with a lifeless expression. Tears streamed down his face. Wu Yan couldn't help but cry. Why am I always the one getting hurt? You're so noisy. Kotori walked in with Canon. She glanced at Wu Yan with dissatisfaction. You're being treated like that by a few beautiful girls. Do you know how many people would die for such treatment? What are you unhappy about? I'm not unhappy. Wu Yan retorted weakly. I'm just tired. Sensei. Canon lowered her head guiltily when she saw how tired Wu Yan was. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. No. Canon, this has nothing to do with you. Wu Yan couldn't bear to see the kind-hearted Canon upset. He got up from the sofa and forced a helpless smile. It's all because of that princess prank. I understand now. She looks elegant and noble on the surface. But pulling? Freya's hidden attribute is black-bellied. Canon blinked. She didn't understand what Wu Yan meant by hidden attribute. She nodded in confusion. Kotori rolled her eyes at Wu Yan. Wu Yan's words aren't wrong though, Pull. Freya is indeed black-bellied. Kotori pulled Canon to the sofa and sat down. She glanced at Canon before turning to Wu Yan. Right about Canon. Did you figure it out? Kotori asked. Wu Yan slapped his cheeks and his expression turned serious. He knew Kotori was asking him why Canon became his familiar for no reason. That's right. It's strange. A living human turned into a familiar or something like that. Before this, Wu Yan had never heard of such a thing. Wu Yan wasn't the only one. Even Yakaina, who came from the Lion King organization and learned a lot about demons, was confused. She had never read about humans turning into familiars in books, let alone seen or heard about it. Her head was full of question marks. Wu Yan knew the reason Canon became his familiar was because of the Yao Beast mark he obtained from the mysterious crystal. After all, the system notified him when Canon turned into a familiar. However, the system only notified him that he activated the Yao Beast mark and turned Canon into a familiar. It didn't tell him the reason for it. Why would the activation of the monster beast mark turn a perfectly fine human into a familiar? Wu Yan asked the system about this after the incident, but the system only gave him the following answer. The user will have to figure out the specific ability. That's all. That's all. Not only did the system not tell him the ability of the Yao Beast mark, it didn't even tell him why Canon turned into a familiar. It's not that the system doesn't want to tell him. According to the system, a mysterious Yao Beast King was originally sealed within the mysterious crystal. That Yao Beast King's consciousness was inclined towards violence. It didn't have much of a will of its own, it only had a strong desire to destroy. After he met all the requirements to unseal the mysterious crystal, the system determined that unsealing the Yao Beast King would only bring him harm. Therefore, it erased the Yao Beast King's consciousness and body, leaving behind only the Yao Beast King's strength and abilities to form the Yao Beast mark. However, the composition of the demonic beast seal was completely a manifestation of the demonic beast king's strength and ability. Its composition had nothing to do with the system itself. On top of that, the system had already erased the consciousness and body of the monster king, resulting in the birth of the monster mark. The system had no way to directly specify the ability of the monster mark. The only thing it could do was to give him a hint when the monster mark was activated and its effects were produced. To put it simply, this demonic beast mark had nothing to do with the system. Therefore, even the system couldn't directly analyze its ability. After all, the Yao Beast mark has only been activated once. It hasn't shown what it can do yet. If even the system is clueless, Wu Yan is even more clueless. In the end, the system only gave him the information it analyzed the last time the Yao Beast mark was activated. First, the Yao Beast seal was activated, which allowed the target character to become the user's familiar. Second, in order to activate the Yao Beast mark, the Yao Beast King must meet the requirements of the Yao Beast mark. It must also be compatible with the user's body and mind. Both sides must be compatible. This was the information that the system obtained when the Demon Beast mark was activated for the first time. In order to get more information, the Yao Beast mark has to be activated as often as possible. It has to be activated at least a few times to confirm its ability. That's what the system said. Because of this, Wu Yan is very confused. However, the activation of the Yao Beast mark isn't a bad thing. Canon might be his familiar, but she'd rather be Wu Yan's familiar than be a fake angel who only knows how to hurt people. She doesn't hate being turned into a holy angel either. The holy angel didn't have any fighting ability, but it had unparalleled purification and healing abilities. For a kind-hearted Canon who grew up in the monastery and had always wanted to be a nun, it was something she couldn't even dream of. Not only does she not need to hurt people, she can also help and heal people. Canon isn't opposed to being turned into a holy angel. Not only that, but the holy angel also retained a part of her angelic nature, allowing Canon's nature to transcend the lower dimensions and become an existence of a higher dimension. In the future, low-dimensional attacks would not be able to harm her. She might not have any combat abilities, but she's invincible in healing, and can purify filth. Now, Canon was that kind of existence. Moreover, Canon has a good impression of Wu Yan. That's why she's not against becoming Wu Yan's familiar. After telling Kotori all the information he got from the system, Kotori fell into deep thought. She held the jewel in her mouth but didn't do anything. She's helping Wu Yan analyze the information he got from the system. Wu Yan praised Kotori in his heart, as expected of the commander of Ratatosker. He pulled Canon, who has no idea what the system and the Yao Beast mark are, to the side and waited for Kotori to speak. In other words, since the Yao Beast mark has only been activated once, there's no information to prove its abilities. That's why the system wants you to figure it out on your own, right? Yes. Wu Yan scratched his cheek and nodded. Kotori nodded when she saw Wu Yan nod. She then gave an order. Then go find someone to conquer it. Wu Yan almost spat out a mouthful of saliva. What did you just say? Say it again. I said, go and find someone to conquer. Kotori chuckled in a calm tone. Didn't you say there's not enough information? Then let your demonic beast seal activate a few more times, and the information will naturally come out. Wu Yan's jaw dropped. But why do we need to find a person to activate the demonic beast seal? If you don't want someone to conquer it, what do you want to do? Kotori narrowed her eyes. Oh, by the way, Nagisa has already conquered you, but she hasn't been turned into a familiar. She can't be your target. That's not the point. Wu Yan yelled in frustration. What I mean is, why do we have to find someone to guide us? Are you an idiot? Kotori slandered him. If I don't conquer it, who would want to fuse with your body and mind? Wu Yan opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Kotori's red eyes stared at Wu Yan's face. She smirked and crossed her arms. Don't worry, Ratatosker exists for times like these, right? Although the target isn't an elf, I'll do my best to support you. Let's begin. Kotori snickered when she saw Wu Yan's stupefied expression. Our war. Chapter 966. Itagami Island, Saikai Academy. Wu Yan stood in the middle of the plaza, looking at the students greeting him. He responded with a smile, but if you look closely, you'll notice that his smile is a little twisted. Selectively ignoring the male students, Wu Yan swept his gaze over the female students in uniform. At first glance, he looked like a pervert, but when he looked at the female students, there wasn't a trace of smugness in his eyes. Instead, it was filled with bitterness. Sigh. Wu Yan let out a long sigh. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. This time, I really have to live up to my title as a perverted teacher who laid his hands on his own students. I don't care about that kind of thing. While Wu Yen is mourning for the darkness that awaits him in the future, Kotori's cold voice came from the earpiece beside his ear. It's not like you didn't do anything, right? Whose fault is it? You're the one who instigated Nagisa. Wu Yen gritted his teeth. Also, where the hell did you get the wireless equipment? There was a hint of pride in Kotori's unabated voice. Radio equipment is the most basic equipment in every battle. If you don't even know this, then you're still far from it. Don't tell anyone that you're from Ratatosker when you go out. We can't afford to lose face. I'm just a combat officer, I haven't even been here for 2 months, how would I know about this? Wu Yen retorted without a second thought. Also, do you think Ratatosker's existence is something you can just tell others? Besides, this isn't your world. Don't bring Ratatosker's tricks here. Ratatosker exists wherever I am. Kotori said arrogantly. Then she changed the topic. By the way, don't keep telling me all this nonsense. Hurry up and find me a target. How am I supposed to find a target? Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched. There are so many students in Saikai Academy, but I don't know many of them. Kotori's impatient voice entered Wu Yan's ears. Then hurry up and find me a random target. I'll tell you. Are you really my sister? Wu Yan felt like he was going crazy. You want your brother to find a random target? What the hell is in your head? Isn't this good? A little sister who fights for her brother's happiness. Kotori's voice was flat. Her words pierced Wu Yan's heart. Don't you like this kind of setting? Wu Yan's words left him speechless. He felt a little guilty. Could it be that Kotori had already seen through his desire to have a capable younger sister? Kotori sneered as if she knew what Wu Yan was thinking. Alright, hurry up and find me a target. I've been waiting for you for an entire day. Before Wu Yan could say anything, Kotori added. I'm not the only one here, Kanon is also helping. After saying that, Kanon's timid yet gentle voice sounded from the other side of the earpiece. Sensei, you can do it. Even though she's cheering him on, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel weak all over. He exhaled helplessly and resumed his scanning mode. Now that school was over, except for those students with clubs who were still active in school, the rest of the students who had nothing to do would be returning home at this time. Therefore, there were quite a few students who passed through this path to leave the school, and among them, there were quite a few who were particularly beautiful. Of course, this is just a relative term. In other people's eyes, this might be the case, but for someone like Wu Yan who has a bunch of wives that are as pretty as flowers and jade, they aren't enough to move his heart. This is why he hasn't decided on a target yet. However, part of the reason is that he doesn't want to drag normal people into his life. If he really does, it's fine if he doesn't succeed, but if he does, she will leave this world with him and go to the Spalier world. Plus, with the summons of life intertwining, his fate with the person he loves will be forever linked. Therefore, Wu Yan can't just pick a random target like Kotori said. It's fine if he doesn't succeed, but if he succeeds, it will be a lifelong thing. Therefore, even if he really wants to pursue a girl, he must be very careful. At the very least, he can't drag those normal people who don't like to take risks into his life. For example, Asuna. Although she struggled to survive in SAO for 3 years, she's a gentle person who likes to live a peaceful life. Being able to be with the person she loves, being with her daughter Yui, is all she wants. Because of this, Wu Yan didn't summon Asanai and Yui over. If you put it nicely, he and the girls are living like an adventurer group. If you put it bluntly, it's more like they're roaming around. They don't have a place to call home, At the very least, he has to wait until he has a place to stay in the Spalier world. A place that he can call home. Only then can he summon Asuna to his side with peace of mind. Even Mikoto, Shokuha Misaki, and the other girls who don't want to live a peaceful life think that he's their heaven and earth. I have to think about the people I love. With this thought in mind, Wu Yan glanced at the girls while sizing them up. All of this happened without anyone noticing. Otherwise, Wu Yan would have been treated as a pervert. At this time, Why are you standing here? A familiar voice entered his ears, causing Wu Yen to be slightly dazed. He turned around and saw Natsuki in a white gothic costume, holding a fan in her hand. Wu Yen immediately saw her. Don't you usually run home as fast as you can after school? Natsuki crossed her arms in front of her chest. She stared at Wu Yen with those big eyes of hers that seemed to be able to talk. She looked confused. Why are you behaving so strangely? Are you planning something again? The more Natsuki spoke, the more she felt that it was possible. Her gaze on Wu Yen became more and more oppressive. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat and he almost ran away. They say that a girl's intuition is accurate. Is Natsuki a girl? Isn't she a girl? This is our chance. Just as Wu Yen was about to use his great bewitching charm to brush her off, Kodo's high-pitched voice sounded from his earpiece. That's her. Our target. What? Wu Yen shrieked. His sudden shriek startled not only Natsuki, but also the other students who were passing by. What the hell are you doing? Natsuki raised her beautiful eyebrows and her voice was filled with dissatisfaction. You're already a teacher, why are you making such a big fuss? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the students? Ha! Wu Yen laughed dryly. He ignored Natsuki's confused expression and turned around to yell into his earpiece. Don't make any noise. Are you trying to get me killed? I'm here to support you. Kotori emphasized. Natsuki should be your target, right? Hey, are you serious? Wu Yan's mouth twitched. Natsuki's words fit his requirements, but this troublesome fake loli isn't that easy to deal with. Isn't that great? Kotori had a different opinion. Aren't you afraid that you'll be seen as a perverted teacher who harms his students? Natsuki is a teacher like you and you're close in age. It's not strange for a boy and a girl like you to be together, right? Well, your analysis makes a lot of sense. Wu Yan's heart started twitching. But if you can consider the appearance of both of them before that, I'll be happier. Isn't Natsuki's appearance to your liking? Kodo said bluntly. Are you a man or not? If you're a man, then go for her. You brat. Wu Yan's veins popped up on his forehead. She's already gone this far, I can't take it anymore. Chapter 967. Hey, Natsuki. When Wu Yen turned around to face Natsuki, he had a bright smile on his face. He was acting weird just a second ago, but now he changed so quickly that Natsuki was stunned. She didn't know that a certain wolf was baring his fangs at her. What do you want to do next? Huh? Natsuki regained her senses and she looked at Wu Yen in confusion. What do you want? Nothing. It's nothing. Just answer me. Natsuki stared at Wu Yen with even more suspicion. She tried to read his expression, but all she saw was a bright smile on his face. His wine-red eyes are also filled with joy. Other than that, Natsuki couldn't see anything else. Nayu narrowed her eyes and snorted. The fake angel incident has come to an end. Kensei Yanase, Sorcerer Tsukasa, and the other related personnel have all been arrested. Yesterday, the people from the Lion King organization have also taken away that troublesome princess. I can finally relax. At least, I won't be wandering around the school like you. In other words, Wu Yen interrupted Natsuki with a grin on his face. You're free, right? What do you want? Natsuki's tone became more and more impatient. Her eyes showed a bit of displeasure. If you have something to say it quickly. Wu Yan's smile didn't change, but he felt helpless. As expected of the Witch of the Void. No matter how cute Natsuki looks, no matter how strong she is, she's still a witch. At least, every word she says is filled with malice. I need to reorganize my emotions. Wu Yen also removed the fake expression on his face. It was replaced with helplessness. It's really nothing. I just heard that a new coffee shop opened nearby. I heard that the black tea there is good, so I want to join you. Let's go there and have a seat. Oh! Natsuki heard Wu Yan's words. As expected, Natsuki, who loves black tea, was attracted. She glanced at Wu Yen. You actually invited me to drink black tea with you? That's really rare. I've always been like this. Wu Yen said in a matter-of-fact tone. Kotori on the other side of the earpiece looked at him with disdain. You just don't know. How long have you known me? Although it's a lie, the truth is pretty much the same. Natsuki didn't know Wu Yen for long. It hasn't even been a month. Thinking of this, Natsuki's emotions started to become complicated. I've known him for less than a month. During this period of time, Wu Yen stayed at her house for a week or two, spending time with her day and night together. Even after he moved out as a teacher of the same school and a temporary colleague, Natsuki felt like she had known Wu Yen for a very long time. Natsuki suddenly realized that she and Wu Yen have only known each other for less than a month. Natsuki let out a sigh and returned her attention back to the topic. A new coffee shop? Although I'm also very interested, but is the black tea there really as good as you say? Natsuki knows Wu Yan's ability to make black tea. It can be said that the black tea made by Wu Yan is the best black tea she has ever tasted in her life. Even now, even after Wu Yan moved out, she's still extravagantly teleported to his house just to get a pot of black tea. If there really is a black tea that tastes better than Wu Yan's, Natsuki is looking forward to it, but at the same time, she doesn't believe it. Wu Yan chuckled as if he could understand Natsuki's thoughts. Well, in terms of taste, it's naturally not as good as mine, but it's also unique. Occasionally, I'll try different flavors of black tea. Although I only heard about it from the mouths of the students, since it's so good, it can't be bad, right? Originally, I wanted to find someone to accompany me. That's why I have been looking for people to accompany me. Wu Yen calmly said. Then he looked at Natsuki. You're free anyway, right? Why don't we go together? When Natsuki heard Wu Yan's words, she felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. However, black tea is her only interest. Even though she has her favorite brand of black tea and loves to drink Wu Yan's black tea, she is still willing to try different types of black tea. But Natsuki nodded expressionlessly and walked in front of Wu Yan. Let's go and try it. Wu Yan let Natsuki walk past him with her back to back. He smiled and secretly made a victory pose. As expected of my brother. Kotori didn't hold back her praise. Her sweet voice, which can only be heard when she's in her sister mode, entered Wu Yan's mind and he almost felt like he was floating. Not only that, Kanon's voice of admiration and longing came from his earpiece as well. Sensei, you're amazing. Wu Yan smiled proudly. He turned around and saw Natsuki walking far away. He quickly followed after her. On the other side, Kotori pulled off her earpiece. She had the confidence of a commander. She turned around and looked at the people in front of her. Kanon isn't the only one there. Nagisa, Yakaina, and Koju are also there. Basically, all of Kotori's friends and family in this world are there. However, when they stand side by side, their expressions, how should I put it? They are conflicted. Kotori glanced at everyone, ignoring their expressions. Are you all ready? Let's go if you're ready. Wait. Upon hearing Kotori's words, Koju couldn't hold back his anger and spoke with a twisted expression. Are we really going to help that vampire sensei conquer Natsuki? Kotori-chan, I don't think it's appropriate. Yakaina couldn't stay calm when someone spoke up for her. After all, she's already experienced it once. Compared to Koju, she's more agitated than him. Sensei, didn't she already? Are you and Nagisa there? Why did you attack Namiya-sensei? Also, why are you supporting him? Yakaina screamed in her mind, but she couldn't bring herself to say anything. In the end, she looked even more conflicted than before. Don't worry. Kotori acted as if she didn't see Koju and Yukina's reaction. Don't be fooled by that guy's harmless face. He's actually very good at this kind of activity. I'm not worried about that. Koju complained. Speaking of which, is that vampire sensei a pervert? Yakaina nodded in agreement. She labeled Wu Yen as a pervert, even worse than Koju. At least, Koju is interested in women with great figures. As for Wu Yen, Kotori, Nagisa, Natsuki, and even Kanon. They were all lowless. Kotori-chan. Nagisa said with a bitter expression. Are you sure it's okay? You don't mind at all? Of course. Of course I will. Not only did Kotori not show any displeasure, she even had a smile on her face. However, my brother does have a lot of difficulties. At this moment, as the people closest to him, shouldn't we help him? But. Nagisa didn't feel relieved, she felt even more conflicted. Nagisa couldn't get over the fact that her lover was trying to woo other women. Don't you want to use your own strength to help sensei? Kotori tried to reason with Nagisa, but Nagisa started hesitating. Of course I want to help sensei. Then it's fine. Kotori raised her head and puffed out her chest. I'm sure sensei can feel how I feel, right? Kanon. Seeing Kotori suddenly turn around, Kanon froze for a moment and nodded reflexively. Kotori laughed and Nagisa was speechless. Thus, the group that was filled with all sorts of emotions walked towards the door and walked out. Chapter 968. Itagami Island. In a corner near Saikai Academy, there is a coffee shop. It wasn't very big, but the interior decoration was quite luxurious. The walls were painted in a golden color, and there were lace curtains hanging from the edges. On the ceiling, there were luxurious chandeliers that looked like they would be used in a ball. There was a chandelier hanging from every table. Although it wasn't nighttime, they were still emitting a soft light. Natsuki and Seiji sat across from each other at a table in the corner by the glass window. The steaming black tea gave off a rich color and aroma. Even though there were only 2 cups of black tea on the table, it didn't affect the two of them at all. Natsuki came here for the red tea. It doesn't matter if she doesn't have anything else as long as she has the red tea. Wu Yen, on the other hand, has an ulterior motive. Coming here is just an excuse. It doesn't matter as long as Natsuki is here. One kept staring at black tea while the other kept sneaking glances at Nayu. As a result, a strange atmosphere began to spread around the two of them without Nayu noticing anything. This is the highly praised red tea you were talking about? Natsuki took a whiff of the red tea and took a sip. She frowned. It's not that the red tea isn't tasty, it's just plain and simple. For those who don't have high standards for red tea, it's good enough. Natsuki is different though. First, she's very picky about red tea. This red tea isn't bad, but it doesn't reach her standards. Second, this isn't her favorite brand. Even if it's good, it's not as good as her favorite brand. Third, this red tea, in terms of taste, it might not lose to her favorite brand. But compared to Wu Yan's tea, it's not just bad. It's easy to imagine how picky Natsuki is about red tea and how much she loves Wu Yan's red tea. It's really not that good. This is the personal comment of Master Chef Wu Yan. However, his face was full of smiles. However, I originally came here to try a different flavor from my own black tea. Now, I've already memorized this flavor. When I go back, I'll be able to taste it. Based on this taste, I can make a tasty red tea that doesn't lose its unique aroma. Natsuki's eyes lit up as she looked at Wu Yan. You have such a skill? Of course. Of course. Wu Yan said in a proud and high-spirited manner. The black tea you drank before is a taste that I created after continuous improvement. Other than that, according to the tea leaves. Based on the tea leaves, I can make at least 7 different types of red tea leaves. I should be able to make the 8th soon. I see. Natsuki lowered her head and smiled faintly. I didn't expect you to have so many secrets. No matter how good a chef who only knows one type of cuisine, he's still not a good chef. Wu Yan shook his head. Similarly, if you only know how to brew one type of black tea, that doesn't count as knowing how to brew black tea, right? You still think you're in the right. Natsuki couldn't help but laugh. She waved her fan in front of her and a joyful smile appeared on her doll-like face. But for now, let me look forward to your new red tea and the other 6 types of red tea. Do you want to drink it? Wu Yan snickered like a big bad wolf seeing a little white rabbit, or a profiteer seeing a sucker for money. It's not that I can't make it for you, But how do you want to repay me? Hmm. Natsuki paused for a moment before smiling meaningfully. I remember. Back then, I helped you apply for the position of attack mage for free, right? Wu Yan's smile froze. Now, you're asking me to repay you for a cup of red tea? Natsuki closed her eyes with a smile on her face. If you dare to accept it, I don't mind. Ah. Wu Yan chuckled dryly. He's done for. Since you put it that way, I wouldn't dare ask you for anything. Natsuki curled her lips and picked up the black tea in front of her. Although the taste was not to her liking, it was not to the point that she hated it. Moreover, she had come here to drink tea. If she did not drink a cup or two, it would be too boring. She finished the rest of the red tea and pressed the bell on the table to ask the waiter to refill her cup. Wu Yan shook his head. He refilled his cup and the waiter left with a big smile on his face. He went to get the black tea. Good chance. Kodori, who was hiding behind a pillar in the cafe, saw the waiter walking towards Wu Yan and Natsuki. She turned towards Koju. Akatsuki. Wait for my orders. If I tell you to do it, you. What? Hearing Kodori's words, Koju cried out in surprise, but was immediately knocked down by Kodori's fist. Don't shout so loudly. Are we really going to do that? Koju didn't mind. He held his head and his heart was pounding. Do whatever I tell you to do. Kodori activated her commander mode and pressured Koju. Koju only managed to hold on for a second before he nodded. But Kodori didn't stop there. She seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Yukaina. Yukaina, you too. Take out that Frostwolf sword that can break magic and wait for my orders. Yukaina didn't expect to have a part in it, but since she has worked with Kodori before, she didn't hesitate and pulled out a silver gun from her guitar bag. It's the Type 7 Assault Demon Subduing Machine Gun. This was the name of the gun, also known as Snow Frost Wolf. It's a weapon developed by the Lion King organization to fight against demons with special abilities. It's shaped like the streamlined silhouette of the latest fighter jet. That's why it's called a machine gun. It's said that there are only 3 such guns in the world and it's the most powerful weapon for personal use. After all, it's a weapon that can kill a primogenitor. Of course, no one knows if it's been used to kill a primogenitor or not. There are only a few primogenitors and there are only 3 7 assault demons subduing machine guns. There's no proof that it can kill a primogenitor. However, it was a fact that it could kill immortal vampires. The Frostwolf spear was engraved with a quintessence vibration wave activation spell, which could instantly erase all mana from the target it pierced. That was why demons who lived on mana, even vampires, would die if they were pierced by it. No matter what, vampires weren't truly immortal. The only ones who could truly be immortal were the true ancestors. Kodori looked forward and stared at the waiter. When the waiter was about to reach his seat, Yukaina took out her Frostwolf and stared at the waiter. No. Akatsuki. Gu Qing gritted his teeth and his expression turned serious. With a flick of his hand, an extremely small golden electric current shot out like lightning and struck the waiter's foot. Ah! The waiter only felt his legs go numb, as if he had been electrocuted by something. Then his whole body went limp. In his hand, the tea set filled with black tea suddenly fell out of his hand and was thrown into the air. The black tea immediately splashed forward. And in front of the black tea that flew out, there was a figure. It's Natsuki. Natsuki faintly felt that something was wrong and looked to her side. When she looked, she saw a stream of black tea splashing down on her face, causing her to frown slightly. Natsuki didn't dodge. Instead, she tapped the table with her finger. Immediately after, an obscure magical power flew out and met Black Tea's attack head-on. 1. Suddenly, there's a slight vibration. No one heard it, not even Natsuki. However, Natsuki discovered that the magic she had unleashed had suddenly disappeared. Before she had time to be surprised, the black tea had been splashed over her head. Chapter 969. Wu Yan wanted to laugh when he saw Natsuki sitting in front of him. However, he didn't dare to laugh out loud. He could only force his face to turn red. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. To the side, the waiter serving the black tea was bowing to the seat in front of him as he apologized profusely. Natsuki was sitting in the seat in front of him. However, at this moment, Natsuki's majestic image was completely ruined. She was wearing a white gothic lowly outfit. Everything above and below her shoulders was wet, including her head. Her long, curly black hair was completely wet. Not a single part of her hair was dry. She closed her eyes and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Natsuki didn't say anything, she didn't do anything either. She just sat there for 5 minutes like she was disconnected. Only Wu Yen knows that Natsuki is feeling depressed right now. Wu Yen held back his laughter and waved at the waiter. All right, you didn't do it on purpose. You can leave now. Yes. The waiter retreated in fear and trepidation as if he's one of Wu Yan's subordinates. He almost rolled and crawled away, which made Wu Yen laugh again. Natsuki. Wu Yen called her with a smile. However, Natsuki ignored him. She continued to cross her arms with her eyes closed. Her expression didn't change at all. At this moment, she was like a real doll. Who would know that she was just embarrassed? Natsuki had no intention of paying attention to him. Wu Yen pursed his lips in a bored manner. Rolling his eyes, he called out with a smirk. Natsuki-chan. Do you want to die? Just as he finished his sentence, a bone-chilling glare landed on him, causing him to shake his head and shake his head. Don't be angry. It's your fault for ignoring me. Natsuki turned her head away like she didn't want to lose face. In Wu Yan's eyes, she's like a child throwing a tantrum while pretending to be an adult. It's just too cute. Are you okay? Wu Yan smiled until his eyes narrowed. I didn't expect the legendary demon assassin, the Witch of the Void, Natsuki Nangong. You couldn't even avoid a small tea set. Natsuki coldly glanced at Wu Yan. Wu Yan immediately shut his mouth. He zipped his mouth to show that he didn't dare to do it again. Natsuki looked away and frowned. Natsuki touched her wet hair and muttered to herself. This shouldn't be. I clearly stopped it just now. Why did my magic suddenly disappear? Wu Yan paused for a bit before he recalled something. He started looking around as if he was searching for something. He quickly spotted a few blurry figures behind the pillar furthest away from the cafe. Immediately, Wu Yan understood. What are you looking at? Nothing. No. Nothing. Wu Yan quickly turned his head back. He looked at Natsuki, who was staring at him with a serious expression. He wanted to laugh. Ahem. Coughing a couple of times, Wu Yan pretended to be kind and asked. Don't you feel hot? The most standard temperature for brewing black tea is at least 80 degrees Celsius. It's none of your business, Natsuki said in a muffled voice. Wu Yan was angry and amused at the same time. Wu Yan took out a handkerchief out of nowhere and he started wiping Natsuki's face. Na Yu froze on the spot. Natsuki felt the handkerchief rubbing against her face. Looking at Wu Yan's smiling face, Natsuki's heart sped up for a split second. I'll do it myself. Natsuki felt awkward and placed her hand on Wu Yan's hand. She wanted to pull it off, but she was no match for Wu Yan in terms of strength. Don't move. Natsuki's hand froze, but Wu Yan's hand continued to move. Natsuki grabbed Wu Yan's hand and gently rubbed her face with it. As for Natsuki, her mind went blank. She couldn't react in time. As expected of my Oni-san. Kotori nodded approvingly after witnessing the scene. Grabbing every opportunity you get, as expected of our Ratatosker's god of strategy. Natsuki-chan. Koju looked at the scene in front of him. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. No. That can't be Natsuki-chan. If it's Natsuki-chan, she should be smashing her fan into that vampire sensei's face. Sensei. Yukina's eyebrows twitched. Her movements are so practiced, she really is a pervert. So amazing. Kanon blindly worshipped Kotori. As for Nagisa, she stared at the scene in front of her. Her cheeks puffed up until she couldn't puff them up anymore. She turned her head away, out of sight, out of mind. Natsuki waited for Wu Yen to dry her face and hair. She looked at Wu Yen strangely. I didn't expect you to be such a gentleman. Wu Yen rolled his eyes. He didn't want to bother with the arrogant Natsuki. He continued. I wiped your face and hair clean, but I can't do anything about your clothes. That's black tea. Even if I wipe it clean or use magic to evaporate it, there will still be traces left behind. Natsuki furrowed her brows and she nodded in agreement. Wu Yen chuckled when he saw this. Then let's go to my house and change. Fortunately, it's not that far from here. Distance is meaningless to me, I can teleport. Just do as I say. Wu Yen interrupted her domineeringly. Natsuki raised an eyebrow and glared at him. It was as if she wanted to slice off a piece of flesh from his body. However, Wu Yen ignored her. He finally understood. For a girl like Natsuki, if you wanted to gain her favor, you either had to be patient and slowly grind her down, or you had to be more domineering than her. Unfortunately, Wu Yen is the impatient type. He can only be more domineering than Natsuki. He has an immortal body anyway. Wu Yen tossed the thoughts of turning into a masochist out of his mind. He grabbed Natsuki's hand and pulled her up from her seat. Let's go. I don't think you want to sit here like this anymore, right? Wu Yen pulled Natsuki's hand and walked out of the cafe. Let go. Natsuki struggled. I can walk on my own. I told you, just do as I say. Let go. You. The two of them walked out of the coffee shop while cursing at each other. Follow them. Kotori jumped out from behind the pillar and gave the order. The group of 5 followed Wu Yen and Natsuki's direction. Itagami Island, Southern Residential Area, Apartment. Wu Yen walked out of the bathroom and saw Natsuki drinking tea on the sofa. He shook his head helplessly. You were drenched in tea and you're still drinking it? Do you really like tea that much? Wu Yen walked up to Natsuki. The hot water is ready. Go and take a bath. Don't leave the smell of black tea on your body. I've also prepared your clothes. Before you wash them, wear them first. Natsuki glanced at Wu Yen and sighed. She didn't think she would one day have to take a bath in a man's home. But this is also Kotori and Kinase Cannon's home, so it shouldn't be considered a man's home. It shouldn't count. After comforting herself, Natsuki stood up, walked into the bathroom, and closed the door with a bang. Aha! Wu Yen laughed dryly. She ignored me. Natsuki took off her clothes that were stained with the smell of black tea. Natsuki's young and charming body was exposed to the air. Then, she picked up a piece of clothing from the shelf. Just as she was about to walk into the bathtub filled with hot water, she glanced at the corner of the clothing in her hand and froze completely. Natsuki abruptly pulled up the clothes in her hands and spread them out in front of her. When she saw the full picture of the clothes, veins popped out on her face. Chapter 970. Natsuki walked into the bathroom and he heard the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. Wu Yen sighed in relief and he slumped down on the sofa. Then, he got up from the sofa in a tired manner. Hello, Kotori. Wu Yen spoke into the headset in his ear in a tired voice. Where are you? As soon as he said that, Koto's voice sounded. We're next door. At Nagisa's house? Wu Yen rubbed his forehead and smiled bitterly. Then you don't know what's going on here? How are we going to support them? Don't worry. Don't worry. Kotori's calm voice came from the headset. We're ready. Ready? Wu Yen tilted his head and his expression changed. Are you spying on us with high-tech gadgets again? What do you mean by spying? This is called support. Kotori was displeased. Besides, we didn't install any cameras. We don't know what you're doing in there. Ha! Wu Yen chuckled awkwardly. Are you hinting at something? Ha! Ha! Kotori giggled. Wu Yen didn't know what she was talking about. He also had a bad premonition in his heart. This girl, could it be that she's secretly doing something that I don't know about? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, in the next second, a sonic boom broke through the air and with an irresistible force, it flashed towards Wu Yen. Wu Yen, who was in deep thought, jumped in fright when he saw this. Wu Yen extended his hand and grabbed the culprit that caused the sonic boom in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he found out that the culprit is actually a person. It was a black lace fan. He knew who it was. Who was the one who did this? Wu Yen wasn't happy about this. I say. Turning his head towards the bathroom door, Wu Yen wanted to grumble. However, the scene that appeared in front of him caused the words that were about to reach his throat to be stuck in his chest. He couldn't get out. His mouth gradually widened and his eyes slowly widened. His eyes were filled with disbelief. That. Wu Yen felt his throat dry up. His voice was trembling and he couldn't say anything. Na Yu, who was standing at the bathroom door, frowned and the unfriendly look in her eyes sharpened. After all, even though Na Yu looked like a cute little thing on the outside, she actually contained an inconceivably dignified aura, causing others to be unable to view her as a pure child. However, for the first time, in her dignified eyes, there was actually a trace of unnaturalness and shyness. That's right. Shyness. Because at this moment, she was only wearing a smock. The white one. As for Na Yu's smooth white thighs, they were completely exposed to the air. Coupled with her petite frame, waist-length hair, doll-like delicate face and unnatural stern expression, Wu Yan's heart couldn't help but beat faster. She's too tempting. Gulp. He gulped, and under Natsuki's murderous glare, Wu Yen turned his head to the side with a stiff face. He clicked his tongue like a robot and he tilted his head to the side. He wasn't pretending to be a gentleman, but he was afraid. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and would pounce on her. When the time comes, it will be fun. Natsuki. Wu Yen carefully and meekly spat out those words. What are you doing? Looking at Wu Yan's twisted expression and his trembling voice, Natsuki's uneasiness slowly subsided. She turned into a grumpy one. You. Wu Yen glanced at Natsuki and shook his head with a wry smile. Why you dressed like this? Huh? Natsuki's expression didn't change, but her eyes were filled with anger. Wu Yen said, Didn't you prepare these clothes? Me? Wu Yen flinched. He recalled what Kotori said about being prepared for a long time. His face turned awkward. It was most likely Kotori's doing. The clothes I prepared were clearly Kotori's own clothes. But it seems like this blouse is also Kotori's clothes. Natsuki didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she saw Wu Yan's expression. She raised her chin and sighed helplessly inside. She didn't know why, but she felt that she was very tired today. Also, it's a bit strange. It seems like someone is manipulating everything behind the scenes. Natsuki furrowed her brows and fell silent. Natsuki lived up to her reputation as one of Itagami Island's top attack mages. Her intuition told her that someone was playing tricks behind the scenes. Her nickname, Witch of the Void, wasn't just for show. However, she doesn't have enough evidence to prove her conjecture. There's nothing she can do. She tossed aside her distracting thoughts and laughed self-deprecatingly. I'm a bit unlucky today, but I don't think someone would scheme against me just to embarrass me. Indeed, Natsuki's conjecture is correct in a way. However, he doesn't want to embarrass you, he wants you to fall into his arms. Natsuki shook her head and sorted out her thoughts. She lifted her chin again and looked ahead. What she saw gave her a fright. In front of her, an incomparably large face was looking at her with a serious and thoughtful expression. The breath from his nose even hit Na Yu's face, causing her to be unable to recover for a moment. Looking at that petite yet attractive face, Wu Yen sized her up and he laughed. If you take a closer look, Natsuki, you're actually quite charming. Wow. Natsuki was stunned for a moment. She came back to her senses and looked at the face that was less than 5 centimeters away from her. She almost jumped away. You. Natsuki suppressed her urge to run away and pretended to be calm. Do you think I'll be happy if you say that? Get away from me. As expected of Natsuki, she's still pretending to be dignified at a time like this. While admiring him, Wu Yen also felt that this is going to be a bit tricky. Natsuki's attitude made him feel like he doesn't know where to start. It was too challenging. This girl? But if he were to move closer by 5 centimeters and kiss those cold lips of hers, would she still be able to maintain her composure? Wu Yan grinned wickedly. Natsuki's heart started beating faster. Wu Yan's lips curled into a mischievous grin. Natsuki's intuition told her that if she didn't leave at this time, something unpredictable would happen. But she doesn't want to admit defeat here. Natsuki was in a dilemma. Thus, the two faces, one big and one small, just stared at each other. Neither of them spoke, causing the surrounding atmosphere to become strange. At this moment, a small pushing force suddenly appeared behind Wu Yan. This pushing force can only push down a vase. If it's used on Wu Yan, who is not vigilant, it can only make him lose his balance for a second. But this 1 second is enough to reduce the distance by 5 centimeters. Natsuki, who was staring at Wu Yan, saw. Wu Yan's huge face got even bigger in his vision. Whether it's Wu Yan or Natsuki, both of their eyes widened. The strange softness on their lips caused them to enter a dazed state. They couldn't react at all. They looked at each other and remained in this state for a full 10 seconds. Wu Yan, who came back to his senses first, felt the suffocating sensation on Natsuki's petite lips. His heart couldn't help but ripple. For some reason, he reached out his hands and hugged Natsuki's small body. You. Wu Yan's actions woke Natsuki up from her daze. She realized her current situation and her heart was in a mess. She wanted to break free, but Wu Yan had already pulled her into his embrace. A thick breath pounced into the tip of Na Yu's nose. That warm embrace that was neither hot nor cold caused Na Yu to become absent-minded once again. Taking advantage of this moment, a soft tongue pushed open her pearly white teeth. In the hall, Natsuki Yu's confused and helpless whimpers echoed in the hall. Chapter 971. On the other side, Nagisa and Koju's home. Kodori, Nagisa, Kanon, Yukaina, and Koju were all huddled in front of the TV. They were watching the show in silence. Their reactions were different from each other. Not bad at all. Kodori tossed the pearl into her mouth as if she had just won a competition. A smile hung on her face. I just wanted to create an ambiguous scene. Who knew Oniai-san would seize the opportunity better than I thought. Unlike the smiling Kodori, Nagisa stared at the TV with a stern face. Her eyes were filled with anger. She was almost spitting fire. She kept mumbling something as if she was cursing someone. Nangong, you really kissed him. You actually kissed Sensei Nangong. Sensei is not a good person. Nagasha will ignore you from now on. No, wait a month. That's a bit long. Then I'll ignore you for a week. Ooh, it's still a bit long. All right, I'll ignore you for an entire day. Kanon and Yukaina forced a smile as they listened to Nagisa's machine-gun-like mumbling. However, when they saw the TV, they blushed and opened their mouths. Perverted. How? How dare you? The four girls surrounded the TV that was broadcasting the kiss between Wu Yan and Natsuki. Although their reactions were all different, their eyes were still fixed on it, not moving away for even half a second. Koju was the only one who was lying down not far behind the four girls. His back was dark. It's over. If Natsuki-chan finds out I'm the one behind this. Gu Cheng's body trembled as he recalled Natsuki's terrifying revenge. His back view became even darker. It was obvious that he was the one who pushed Wu Yan. That was exactly what he had done. Even though he was only following orders. Of course, Koju had no idea what Kodori was planning. He just listened to her like an idiot. He secretly tricked Wu Yan. He was just a scapegoat. However, compared to this, if Wu Yan was here, he would definitely complain loudly. Didn't I say there were no cameras? Like hugging a doll, he hugged Yu Xiaoxiao's soft body. He kept capturing the little tongue that was twining around in her mouth. It was a real little tongue. At this point, the battlefield has shifted. At first, Wu Yan was still hugging Natsuki. Due to Natsuki being too short, Wu Yen lifted her off the ground and held her in his arms as he gently kissed her on the lips. Wu Yen is sitting on the sofa and Natsuki is straddling Wu Yan's thighs. Their lips are moving in a very intimate manner. But Wu Yen is the only one who's doing all of this. As for Natsuki, she was dazed by the series of events. She didn't react for a long time. It couldn't be helped. Although Natsuki was already 26 years old, she looked like a young girl who wasn't even 15 years old. So, up until now, the most important topic for girls was nothing more than a luxury for Natsuki. Natsuki's looks were absolutely top-notch, and she was the ultimate temptation for uncles with special interests. However, coupled with her unbelievably dignified aura and temperament, she had never been touched by a man before at the age of 26. In fact, there weren't even many women who had touched her hand. It was easy to imagine how much of an impact this was to Natsuki. Even Natsuki can't face this with her dignified aura and calmness. She can only stare blankly at Wu Yan's face. Under Wu Yan's lead, she passively responded. She has lost her usual calmness and composure. His hands subconsciously slid down Natsuki's back. He caressed her beautiful ivory legs and continued moving up until her round buttocks fell into Wu Yan's hands. Wu Yan, who was concentrating on his mouth, couldn't help but be startled when he felt the smoothness of her buttocks. His eyes were filled with astonishment. That was because the feeling that came from his hand was that there was no obstruction at all. Natsuki isn't wearing anything. Wu Yan didn't notice that his actions caused Natsuki to snap out of her stupor. Natsuki, who was attacked on her private parts, came back to her senses. Her tongue was captured, her buttocks were controlled, and she was still sitting in Wu Yan's arms. Natsuki's eyes were filled with panic when she realized her current situation. She pushed Wu Yan away and jumped to the other side of the sofa. Huff, huff. Natsuki looked at Wu Yan, who was pushed to the sofa by her. She gritted her teeth with hatred. You bastard, how dare you? Wu Yan blinked. Natsuki's eyes were filled with hatred, making him feel a little awkward. He smiled bitterly and lowered his head. I was careless. Stop talking. Before he could finish, Natsuki rudely interrupted Wu Yan. She didn't know if she was embarrassed or angry at Wu Yan, but her face returned to its usual expressionless state. Her eyes gradually calmed down. Forget everything that happened just now. Don't ever mention it again. Natsuki's voice was exceptionally cold when she said this, as if someone had touched her reverse scale. Wu Yan sensed that something was wrong with her mood and his smile disappeared. He frowned. I said, do you know what you're saying? Yes. Of course I know. Natsuki replied faintly. She stared straight at Wu Yan. You just need to tell me yes. An inexplicable anger burned in Wu Yan's heart when he heard Natsuki's words. What if I say no? Yes. Hearing this, Na Yu became silent. After a long time, an ice-cold sentence came out of her mouth. Then I will break off our relationship and never come into contact with you again. What? Wu Yan's heart trembled. His expression changed completely. He could hear the decisiveness in Na Yu's words. She was definitely not joking. He stared at Natsuki with his wine-red eyes. Natsuki met Wu Yan's gaze and she didn't show any signs of softening her heart. Instead, there was only determination in her eyes. Wu Yan clenched his fist when he saw the determination in Natsuki's eyes. Do you hate me that much? Natsuki lowered her head and turned around. Her back was facing Wu Yan. No, it's the opposite. You're the only man I've ever seen in a different light among all the men I know. Then why did you say those words? Wu Yan didn't understand why. Natsuki didn't answer immediately. Not long after, a voice filled with sadness and melancholy came from Natsuki's back. Wu Yan's heart ached when he heard that voice. I don't have the right nor the opportunity to touch these feelings. After saying that, Natsuki turned around and left. Only a faint ripple of mana lingered in the air. Wu Yan remained silent as he watched Natsuki disappear into the distance. Oniai-chan. Sensei. Kotori, Nagisa, Kanon, Yukaina, and Koju walked in from outside. They came to Wu Yan's side. None of them had the same expression as before. All that was left was a heavy expression. Sensei. Nagisa and Kanon each grabbed one of Wu Yan's hands. Their faces were filled with worry. They saw what happened just now as well. Kotori silently walked to Wu Yan's side. Her eyes were also on the spot where Natsuki disappeared. Her voice was as calm as ever. According to Natsuki's words, rather than saying that she doesn't have any feelings for you, it's better to say that she has her reasons. Wu Yan abruptly finished Kotori's sentence. His expression was unusually calm. With Natsuki's personality, she wouldn't say something like that for no reason. There must be something we don't know about her that's affecting her freedom. What could it be? Koju and Yukaina looked at each other before turning their attention to Wu Yan. Who knows? Wu Yan shrugged. He finally smiled. But it's worth it, isn't it? Sasasaki interrupted him before he could finish his sentence. Her expression turned serious and Wu Yan furrowed his brows when he heard what she said. But because you shouldn't ask me this question. Sasasaki-sensei shook her head. Since you already know there is something going on behind Nasasaki-sensei, why didn't you ask her directly? Sasasaki didn't wait for Wu Yan to answer her question, she started talking on her own. Because you know that even if you ask Nasasaki-sensei, she won't tell you, right? Wu Yan lowered his head, he fell silent. Nasasaki-sensei didn't choose to tell you, that's why I shouldn't ask you. Sasasaki-sensei sighed, she looked at Wu Yan. It's not a secret, in fact, many people know about it, but since Nasasaki-sensei didn't tell you, I won't tell you either. I can only say that Nasasaki-sensei is under some kind of restriction, a lot of restriction. Sasasaki-sensei said to Wu Yan with a complicated and sympathetic tone. Nasasaki-sensei is a very pitiful person. After saying that, Sasasaki-sensei didn't say anything else. She turned around, lowered her head, and started working again. Wu Yan knew that Sasasaki-sensei wouldn't tell him anything else. She doesn't seem to be on good terms with Nasasaki-sensei, but everyone knows that they are closer than real sisters. If there was something going on behind Nasasaki-sensei's back, Sasasaki-sensei should have stepped forward. But she didn't. That's because compared to stepping forward, she was more inclined towards Nasasaki-sensei's choice. In other words, Sasasaki-sensei can't solve the problem behind Nasasaki-sensei's back. Wu Yan has a feeling that things aren't as simple as they seem. Suddenly, ding! Mission 2 completed. Obtained 10,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. Character, Wu Yan equipment points, 17170 item points, 1275000 ability points, 16,000 summoning points, 17300 level, 80. This. Wu Yan pulled himself back from his train of thought when he heard the system notification. He's surprised by the system notification. Whether it was rescuing Kanon from Kensei Yase, changing the spell on her, or even turning her into his familiar, he had failed to complete the second quest that had been giving him so much trouble. Yet, he was able to complete it just like that? He checked the contents of the system notification in a daze and after confirming that it wasn't an illusion, he quickly opened up the system list. World, Bloodlust Rampage. Mission, Redemption. Mission 1. Become an attack magician in Itagami City. Completed. Mission reward. 5,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. Mission 2. Stop the Ascension Ritual and save the fake angel. Kanace Kanon. Completed. Mission reward. 10,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. Mission 3. Find out the secret behind Nasasaki-sensei and deal with it. Mission reward. 30,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. The moment he saw his quest 3, he laughed very happily. Even the system is on my side. Nasasaki-sensei, Looks like my meeting with you has decided our future. If you accept your fate, just wait for me to show up again. Sasasaki, who was peeking at Wu Yen, curled up his lips in a manner that made Sasasaki, who was peeking at Wu Yen, question marks all over her head. Wu Yen didn't ask any more questions as he left the office. After closing the door behind him, Wu Yen walked towards the high school building. He took out his phone and dialed a number he got not long ago. After a series of busy tones, a frivolous voice came from the phone. "Yo, scandal teacher, how come you have time to call me?" Wu Yen could hear the teasing and dissatisfaction in the other person's voice. "I came out of my delicious lunch just to pick up your call. Do you have work to do? But I didn't receive any information." Quietly listening to the other party's complaints, Wu Yen didn't say anything. When the other party was about to finish his sentence, Wu Yen said something. "Come out and meet me." Perhaps the other person noticed Wu Yan's unusual tone. The other person's voice became serious. "What's the matter?" "Yes." Wu Yen smiled and looked at the rooftop of Saikai Academy's high school building. "Private matter." Chapter 973. Itagami Island, Saikai Academy High School Rooftop. A gust of wind blew across the exposed rooftop, blowing some trash left behind by the students who had lunch here into the air. It also took away some of the smell of the dishes. Thanks to the gust of wind, the rooftop was much cleaner. Wu Yen stood at the edge of the rooftop, his clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. Some of the dust even landed on his body. Wu Yen didn't move an inch. He looked down at Saikai Academy from afar. The only thing he could see at the rooftop is his back. After an unknown amount of time, the door to the rooftop that had been closed all this time suddenly opened. Then, a figure walked in. The person is wearing the Saikai Academy high school uniform. He has a spiky hairstyle and a pair of headphones around his neck. At first glance, he looks like an incompetent delinquent. He has a playful smile on his face, but he looks like he's on a business trip. This person is Motoki Yase, who was in charge of dealing with the fake angel incident with Wu Yen. "Yo!" He greeted Wu Yen with a smile. "Sorry to keep you waiting, gossip sensei." His back is facing the person. Wu Yen shook his head and turned around to face Motoki Yase. When he turned around, he saw another person standing next to Motoki Yase. She's wearing the Saikai Academy high school uniform. Her long hair was tied into 2 braids in front of her. She has a pair of glasses on her face. She looks calm and collected. The first impression she gives is that she's a very knowledgeable person. However, Wu Yen doesn't think she's only knowledgeable. It was impossible for Motoki Yase to bring someone with only knowledge to this place. Frowning, Wu Yen looked at the girl with glasses. "You are..." "Well, let me introduce you." Motoki Yase stepped forward and tilted his body slightly. He revealed the girl with glasses in front of him. Koyama. He was a third-year student from Kaihai Academy High School. "She's my senior, and she's also my girlfriend." When he said this, Yase Motoki's face showed a trace of pride. On the other hand, Koyomi's expression didn't even change. It was as if Yase Moki didn't introduce her. What a weird couple in all sorts of ways. Wu Yen immediately made such a conclusion about Yase Moki and Koyomi. "Are you trying to say that the reason you brought her here is because she's your girlfriend?" "Of course not." Motoki Yase shook his head. He put his hands in his pockets and smiled. "I brought her here because she wanted to see you." "See me?" Wu Yen pursed his lips and looked at Xian Gaiyong. "What's your reasoning?" "Because of her other identity," Yase Motoki said bluntly. "She is one of the 3 saints of the Lion King organization." Wu Yen narrowed his eyes. He looked at Koyomi with a thoughtful expression. "The 3 saints of the Lion King organization. That's quite a name. It's just a title, it's nothing compared to yours." Koyomi raised her head slightly and finally spoke. "Duke Rudiaro has a lot of praises for you, Vatler?" Wu Yen glanced at Koyomi. "You're here because of him?" "You can say that." Koyomi's magnetic and intellectual voice slowly came out of her mouth. It's normal for a vampire to be curious since he can defeat Duke Rudiaro. Does the Lion King organization do things on a whim? Wu Yen shook his head with a chuckle. Just tell me why you're here. Koyomi was silent for a while before she spoke again. I'm here to ask you a question. Sure. Wu Yen agreed without any hesitation. Motoki and Koyomi, who had been calm all this while, were flabbergasted by Wu Yan's response. While they were surprised by Wu Yan's decisiveness, Wu Yen changed the topic. But at the same time, you have to answer a question of mine. Only then did Xian Gaiyong regain her composure. After pondering for a moment, she nodded. Then, please allow me to ask. She lowered her head slowly. Her glasses covered her eyes, making it impossible to see what she was thinking. However, what she said made the atmosphere tense all of a sudden. Sir, who exactly are you? Or rather, what kind of existence are you? That's right. As one of the 3 saints of the Lion King organization, Koyomi was concerned about this question. You should be a vampire, right? Despite bringing up such a heavy topic, Xian Guiyong's tone did not change at all. Duke Arudia is undoubtedly the strongest vampire below the true ancestor, but as far as I know, he seems to have lost to you more than once. Xian Gaiyong paused and said, with Duke Arudia's character, he wouldn't be so happy if you used some underhanded means. However, other than the true ancestor, there shouldn't be any other vampire who can defeat him, so, please tell me what kind of existence you are. The atmosphere froze. Looking at the man and woman in front of him locking their gazes on him, Wu Yen laughed. His laughter was very sarcastic. You already know the answer, why do you have to confirm it again? Motoki's expression changed. Komi also raised her head to look at Wu Yen. So you're really, yes. Wu Yen ignored their reaction and said, I am a primogenitor. That's impossible. Motoki refuted without hesitation. There should only be 4 primogenitors, there shouldn't be a 5th. I don't know what kind of existence the primogenitors of this world are, Koju is the first one I've met. Wu Yen shook his head. So, I can't give you an answer to the question you raised, this world? Komi caught the main point of Wu Yan's words. Wu Yen nodded without hiding anything. Is it strange? Familiars and fairies are creatures from another world, it shouldn't be strange for me to come from another world, right? Hearing this, Yace Motoki and Koyomi fell silent. Wu Yan's words were beyond their expectations. Alright, it's my turn to ask you. Wu Yen waved his hand, his tone became heavy. As one of the 3 saints of the Lion King organization, you should know the secret behind Natsuki, right? Natsuki-chan. Motoki frowned, he didn't expect Wu Yan's question to be related to Natsuki. Koyomi looked at Wu Yen and she enunciated each word clearly. Prison barrier. Prison barrier? Wu Yen turned to look at Koyomi. You're talking about the rumored prison barrier used to imprison criminals? The secret behind Natsuki is related to it. Do you know about witches? Koyomi suddenly asked. Witches are those who form a contract with the devil and become a guardian of the devil's kin. Their magical power is comparable to that of a superior demon. Wu Yen didn't say anything, he waited for Koyomi to continue. Of course, he knows that Natsuki is a witch. If Koyomi mentioned this, it must be related to Natsuki. As expected, Koyomi continued, however, there is a price to pay for forming a contract with the devil. The devil won't give you power for no reason. The Witch of the Void, the price Natsuki paid to become a witch, is to become the guardian of the prison barrier. She hibernates alone in the prison barrier and guards the entrance to the prison barrier. Until death. That's impossible. Wu Yen followed Motoki's lead and declared the same thing. You said Natsuki will guard the prison barrier until death, then who is this Natsuki? It's just a magic doppelganger? Xian Gaiyong expressionlessly replied. Nangong Natsuki is sleeping in the prison barrier. She projected her 5 senses and most of her power into a doppelganger to act in her place. That doppelganger is the current Nangong Natsuki. Wu Yen clenched his fists when he heard Koyomi's words. His heart was in turmoil. No wonder Natsuki said she didn't have the right to love. It's just a doppelganger. Her real body has been imprisoned. How can she fall in love with others? How can she get married and have children? Wu Yan looked up at the clouds in the sky. He couldn't calm down for a long time. Chapter 974. Nighttime. Lying in his bed, he stared at the cold ceiling. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes were filled with a sense of loss. He couldn't calm down for a long time. Wu Yan recalled the information he got from Xian Gaiyong during the day. His emotions became complicated. Even though he just became an attack mage not long ago, he has heard about the prison barrier. In this world, demons and attack mages weren't everywhere, but at least in a special district like Itagami Island, they were quite common. Naturally, there were some who were much stronger than other demons and attack mages. Powerful strength often made people complacent and led them to the path of spiritual depravity. Among those demons and attack mages who possessed powerful strength, some of them were quite perverted. There are many examples in the history of Itagami Island after it was built. Many times, Itagami Island was attacked by powerful demons and attack mages, resulting in a large number of deaths. However, the demons and attack mages who caused these terrorist attacks would usually mysteriously disappear not long after the incident. No one had heard any news about them ever since. Naturally, the residents didn't care about the lives of the humans and demons who brought harm to their lives. They were just curious as to why these criminals who had committed serious crimes would disappear for no reason. Since the criminals disappeared, the residents of Itagami Island started guessing that the criminals were captured by powerful individuals and sent to an unknown prison. As time went by, this rumor spread far and wide. In the end, an urban legend of a prison made specifically for criminals was born. The rumor spread across the entire Itagami Island. Of course, this is only an urban legend. After all, no one knows if the prison barrier is real or not. The residents of Itagami Island treated it as an urban legend, something to joke about. Even Wu Yan was the first to hear about it. Wu Yan believes that all legends have their own basis. No legend is groundless. Even if it's exaggerated countless times, the legend still has its source. Just like in Academy City, behind those urban legends, there's always a secret that no one knows about. Itagami Island's urban legend must be the same as well. However, Wu Yan didn't think about verifying it. He also didn't think that the prison barrier would have anything to do with him. Unless he caused a terrorist attack on Itagami Island, the prison barrier would only be a joke for Wu Yan. Now that the prison barrier isn't just an urban legend, it's a real thing, it confirms Wu Yan's suspicions. He didn't expect this to be the truth behind the prison barrier. According to Xiao Guyong, the prison barrier was actually a dream of Natsuki's body. Natsuki used it to hypnotize herself and turn the dream into a magic barrier that was hidden in another world. As long as Natsuki did not wake up from the dream, the prison barrier would always exist. If he wanted to awaken Natsuki from her eternal slumber and save her from the price of becoming a witch, the first step would be to destroy the entire prison barrier. Other than that, if he wants to free Natsuki from the price of becoming a demon, he will have to go through all sorts of troublesome methods. Before that, the hardest thing to deal with is the prison barrier itself. If Natsuki is saved, the prison barrier that originated from Natsuki's dream will no longer exist. If that happens, the powerful criminals who have been locked up in the prison barrier for God knows how long will be released in an instant. When that happens, Itagami Island will be plunged into a crisis. If that happens, even if he doesn't mind, Natsuki will never forgive him. What should I do? Complicated thoughts ran through his mind, making him more and more irritated. He clenched his fists so hard that they made cracking noises. Not asleep yet? A voice accompanied by a figure entered Wu Yan's ears. Kotori's pretty face slowly appeared in Wu Yan's vision as he stared at the ceiling. She's wearing her usual calm expression as she chewed on a lollipop. She's looking down at Wu Yan from above. Kotori pursed her lips when she saw the unfocused look in Wu Yan's eyes. The sweet taste of the lollipop spread from her mouth. Looks like you're really troubled. Wu Yan panted when he heard Kotori's words. He suppressed his annoyance and smiled bitterly. How can I not be troubled? No matter which side I'm on, I'm not human. Oh! Kotori raised an eyebrow. She met Wu Yan's gaze and smiled faintly. You're not human. You're a vampire. You're still in the mood to joke? Wu Yan's bitter smile deepened. I'm so envious of you. I'm so troubled. Kotori snorted. Who told you to do such a thankless task? Thankless task? Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Kotori. Who was the one who told me to conquer Natsuki? Now you're saying it's a thankless task. Who told you I was talking about this? Kotori took out the treasure in her mouth and waved it around. I'm talking about your troubles. Troubles? Wu Yan frowned. What do you mean? You still don't get it? Kotori glanced at Wu Yan. She stared at him and said something emotional. I don't understand why you're thinking so much. You're not suited for this kind of delicate work. Delicate work. Wu Yan paused. Kotori's eyes softened when she saw Wu Yan's blank expression. My big brother is the kind of person who would risk his life to protect a piece of pure land in his heart. He won't give up easily due to various reasons. Kotori muttered with an unusually soft and sweet voice as if she was in a daze. Even though he's lazy to the point where he needs someone to wake him up in the morning, he'll still do what he needs to do. Kotori regained her calmness and tapped her chin. So, instead of worrying about something that doesn't exist, why don't you just work hard in the direction that you want to go? Wu Yan paused and looked at Kotori. But? No buts. Kotori turned around and walked towards the door, leaving him with her last words. You just need to know what you should do. As for the consequences of doing it, you just need to think about it while you're thinking about it. Believe in yourself, you can do it. If you can't, you still have me. With that, Kotori disappeared from the room as if she was never there in the first place. Wu Yan stared blankly at the direction Kotori left. After a while, he smiled. As expected of my cute little sister. Wu Yan patted his cheeks and sat up from his bed. The hesitation on his face disappeared, only determination remained. That's right, I just need to know what I need to do. As for the consequences, I'll take responsibility for them. The one who was hesitating here was the worst. With that thought in mind, Wu Yan's eyes trembled. No one knows what he's thinking. Wu Yan reached out and pulled something in the air. A system list appeared in front of him. Wu Yan tapped a few times and something appeared in front of his eyes. Talisman of 10,000 spells. Grade C, a dagger that can break all kinds of magic. It is the ultimate magic weapon. It can restore objects strengthened with magic and life created with magic back to their original state. Its attack power is weak. It only has the same lethality as a normal dagger. However, it is very effective in breaking contracts. Equipment points, 1,000. Wu Yan smiled when he saw the words, very effective in breaking contracts. Chapter 975. Itagami Island, Saikai Academy High School Division. Wu Yan walked up the long flight of stairs and opened the door to the rooftop. For students, the rooftop of a school is a very special place. This was because this kind of place was usually a place where couples would go for a rendezvous or have a heart-to-heart talk with their sweethearts. Therefore, if a man and a woman appeared on the school's rooftop, unless there were some special reasons, there was a high chance that they were not in love with each other, or they were a real couple. It was the same for Kaihai Academy. Although there was only one rooftop in the high school section, it was fortunate that it was quite spacious. Many couples could eat and chat here during their lunch break. As for their free time, it was too short. Very few people would come to the rooftop. However, when Wu Yan arrived, there's already a beautiful figure waiting for him on the rooftop. At this time, if an outsider were to come here, then the man and woman present would be misunderstood as a couple regardless of whether they were related or not. However, the two people here clearly knew that their meeting was much more complicated and serious than a couple's tryst. The one waiting on the rooftop is Xian Gaiyong, whom he met yesterday. At this moment, Xian Gaiyong was hugging a book in her arms. Coupled with her calm and intellectual appearance, others' impression of her would be reduced to an honest scholar, an excellent student, the class's disciplinary committee member, and other harmless characters. Only those who truly understood her would know. How scary is she? The three saints of the Lion King organization weren't something that anyone could become. After all, the Lion King organization was an existence that maintained the peace of the entire world. Although their methods weren't very presentable, it didn't mean that they weren't brilliant. To be able to become one of the three saints of Lion King organization while still a student, Xian Guiyong's ability, be it strength or scheming. She's not to be underestimated. That's why Wu Yan brought Xian Guiyong here. Wu Yan stopped when he was 3 meters away from Xian Guiyong. His calm voice echoed in the quiet area. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's our honor to be able to wait for you here. Xian Guiyong's tone was flat. A voice that was filled with magnetism slowly rang out. No matter what, you are the noble fifth primogeniture, the pinnacle of existence in the world. I am flattered to be praised by the three saints of Lion King organization. Wu Yan said without a trace of flattery on his face. He then looked at Xian Guiyong. Let's stop with the pleasantries. I believe that with your intelligence, you should have guessed the reason why I called you here, right? The demoness of the gap, huh? Xian Guiyong raised his head. There was finally a slight change in his calm tone. Do you want to free her from the prison barrier? Wu Yan glanced at Koyong and he didn't answer her question. Instead, he said this. Lend me Itagami Island for 3 days. What did you say? Even with Xian Guiyong's temperament, she couldn't help but be shocked when she heard this. She didn't even bother to use the honorifics that she always used. One can only imagine how shocking Wu Yan's words are. Lend me Itagami Island for 3 days. Wu Yan ignored Xian Guiyong's shock and continued with his request. With the three saints of Lion King organization, it shouldn't be hard for you to do that, right? You think too highly of me. Xian Guiyong smiled bitterly. Even if the three sages of the Lion King organization are here, they still wouldn't be able to fulfill your request. Aside from the higher-ups of Itagami Island, there are also powerful attack mages and demons here. If the Lion King organization had the authority to order them around, a lot of magical disasters wouldn't have happened. Don't bother with what those guys are saying. Wu Yan waved his hand and he turned around. I only need the citizens and demons of Itagami Island to disappear from the island for 3 days. Just tell me if you can do it or not. Xian Guiyong fell silent. Following Koyong's silence, Wu Yan didn't say anything either. One of them lowered her head and used her spectacles to hide the change in her expression. The other one stared at Koyong as he waited for her reply. The atmosphere in the room turned a little weird. 1 week later, Xian Guiyong lowered her head and spoke. Due to unknown changes to the dragon vein on Itagami Island, Lion King organization will conduct a thorough investigation of the island in 1 week. To prevent unnecessary casualties, we will contact the higher-ups of Itagami Island and have them evacuate the citizens and demons of Itagami Island in 1 week. Are you satisfied with this arrangement? All right. That's good enough. Wu Yan's expression softened. He turned around and walked out of the rooftop. I owe you a favor. Xian Guiyong's expression softened after hearing Wu Yan's words. A favor from a primogenitor is very useful. Itagami Island Harbor. Beside the pool on the top deck of the Oceanus Grave, there was a beach chair and a large parasol. Vattler was wearing a pair of sunglasses and a pair of swimming trunks. He was lying on the beach chair, leisurely enjoying the leisurely time after a swim. Vattler was about to fall asleep, but the appearance of an aura instantly dispelled his drowsiness. A joyful smile slowly appeared on his face. It's still as sudden as before. Standing up from the beach chair, Vattler looked behind him and shrugged helplessly. If you can come to me in a normal way, I'll be happier. Well, I'll still welcome you. Wu Yan didn't want to waste time with Vattler. His words made Vattler's smile freeze. Have you been bored lately? Vattler. Vattler raised an eyebrow and lowered his hands. Yes, a little. Does our fifth primogenitor want to beat me up again? I don't have that much time to play games with you. Wu Yan smirked. But if you want to pass the time, I have a good idea. Oh. Vatler's interest was piqued. He knows that Wu Yan has always been unhappy with him because of his bad taste. In the past, every time Wu Yan saw him, even if he didn't start a fight, he would still hurl insults at him. Vatler thought Wu Yan was here to teach him a lesson. It seems like something interesting is about to happen. Wu Yan didn't know Vatler for long, but he could tell what Vatler was thinking based on his expression. His grin widened. Prison barrier, I'm sure you've heard of it? Narrowing his eyes, his wine-red pupils gradually congealed. In about a week, I will destroy it. Destroy the prison barrier? Vatler was stunned. He was puzzled. But don't you like this island very much? Why? It doesn't matter what the reason is. Wu Yan muttered before his voice turned cold. Once the prison barrier is destroyed, the prisoners inside will flood out. I only have one question for you, Vatler. Are you interested in hunting the criminals of the prison barrier with me? Wah. Vatler flinched. Wu Yan didn't look like he was faking it. He laughed. Ha. Vatler clutched his head and laughed maniacally. Wasn't fighting exactly what he wanted. Moreover, his opponents were powerful criminals who had been imprisoned in the prison barrier. Of course Vatler was tempted. Of course he was excited. Since it's an invitation from the Honorable Fifth Primogenitor, I can't refuse. With a fanatical smile, Vatler placed his hand on his chest and he saluted Wu Yan like a noble. In the name of Duke Arudiaro, I'm happy to serve you. Wu Yan looked at Vatler, who bowed. Wu Yan lifted his head with a sharp glint in his eyes. Chapter 976. Itagami Island is in an uproar because of the following news. The dragon vein on Itagami Island is undergoing an unforeseen change. In order to investigate the cause of the dragon vein and prevent any unnecessary harm to Itagami Island, from today onwards, all residents of Itagami Island will be evacuated from the island for a week to cooperate with the investigation. These were the exact words of the higher-ups of Itagami City. What was a dragon vein? The so-called dragon vein was actually another name for the spirit vein. In this world, there were some places where the land was naturally filled with very strong spiritual power, so strong that it was absolutely impossible for human beings to have it. The source of this natural spiritual power was the spiritual veins, the so-called dragon veins, the existence of the huge spiritual power flowing on the surface of the earth. As the spiritual energy on the dragon vein was far beyond people's imagination, and to a certain extent, it protected the place on the surface where the dragon vein was located like a geomancy shelter. People believed that the spiritual energy emitted from the dragon vein would become the vitality of the city built on the land where the dragon vein was located and lead the city to prosperity. Therefore, if someone discovered the area where the dragon vein flowed through, then that area would be very dangerous. Normally, they would be robbed clean and used to build large and prosperous cities. And Itagami Island is a man-made island built on the surface of the sea where the dragon veins intersected. The land built on the dragon vein would be filled with spiritual power, and whether or not it could bring prosperity to the city, there was no absolute evidence to prove that it was true. However, people were certain that they were able to cast spiritual spells and magic spells that were much more powerful than usual when they were above the dragon vein. In fact, some magic rituals that were difficult to cast could be cast smoothly with the support of the dragon vein. They were conducting research on the demon race. Speaking of the special region of the demon race, that would be a great help. Because of this, Itagami Island was built far away from the mainland in order to gain the blessing of the dragon vein. It wasn't just Itagami Island. Basically, all the famous special districts of the demon race were built on the dragon vein. Only some special regions of the demon race that carried out unimportant research would casually find a place to build one. Of course, being able to gain the blessing and protection of the dragon vein was one of the reasons. Most importantly, the foundation gate that supported the 4 large floating structures and allowed Itagami Island to exist safely was powered by the spiritual energy of the dragon vein. The magic energy engraved on the foundation gate was also converted from the spiritual energy of the dragon vein. In other words, if something were to happen to the dragon vein, the cornerstone gate would lose its source of mana. Unless there is a new source of mana, the cornerstone gate wouldn't be able to support Itagami Island once the mana in the magic formation runs out. When that happens, even if Itagami Island doesn't sink, it will still be destroyed. That's why the matter of the dragon vein can be serious. It's best to get to the bottom of it. Otherwise, it won't do anyone any good, especially Itagami Island. Thus, the residents of Itagami Island accepted the arrangement and evacuated to the mainland for the next 7 days. Wu Yan was very satisfied. After all, the Lion King organization and the higher-ups of Itagami Island are competitors. Natsuki has mentioned more than once that the Lion King organization is her business rival. Now that the Lion King organization is using the dragon vein as an excuse to evacuate Itagami Island's residents, logically speaking, the higher-ups of Itagami Island wouldn't agree to it. It's not like they don't have attack mages and they're not inferior to the Lion King organization. If the Lion King organization is able to detect the abnormality of the dragon vein, then they should have the ability to solve it. This is how the higher-ups do things. Kodori Island somehow got the higher-ups to agree to her suggestion to evacuate Itagami Island's residents. Wu Yan didn't say it out loud, but he was very impressed. Kodori was the only one who was disdainful towards Wu Yan's admiration. The so-called competitive relationship was nothing more than an opposition based on certain interests or natures. When there was no benefit or influence to both parties, this competitive relationship would also become a cooperative relationship. In Wu Yan's opinion, Kodori must have used some kind of trick to get the residents to leave Itagami Island. Kodori, on the other hand, has at least 10 tricks up her sleeves. But if it was Shokuhu Misaki who was extremely familiar with human psychology, let alone 10, even 100 would be possible. It was just a temporary retreat, and it wasn't like they would never return, so the impact wasn't big at all. Except for those powerful attack mages and demons who couldn't be controlled, it couldn't be easier to make the ordinary residents obey the arrangements. That's right, the residents and demons have left Itagami Island, but the attack mages and demons who saw something amiss are still on the island. No, it's not just the attack mages and demons, normal people are still on the island. For example, no. Lying on the sofa, Nagisa covered her ears as if she didn't want to hear anything. Everyone around her felt a headache coming on. Nagisa! Wu Yan rubbed his forehead and advised her earnestly. Most of the normal residents on the island have evacuated, you should go with them. What if something really happens? Do you have a way to escape? Why? Then why is Kodori-chan allowed to stay? Nagisa puffed up her cheeks. Kodori didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't look down on me just because I'm a human. Of course, I have my own abilities to be able to stay with this vampire brother. What about Kojo-kun and Yukina-chan? And Kanon-chan? Nagisa pointed at Kojo-kun, Yukina, and Kanon. Her large eyes stared straight at Wu Yan. If Kojo-kun, Yukina-chan, and Kanon-chan can stay here, why can't I? But we're not normal people. Wu Yan, Kodori, Kojo-kun, Yukina, and Kanon can only shout that in their minds. They can't say it out loud. Nagisa has a phobia of demons. Other than Wu Yan, she has never accepted a demon. If she finds out that her brother is a demon, it's possible that the sibling relationship between Kojo-kun and Nagisa will never return. As for Kanon, she used to be a human, but she's Wu Yan's familiar. In theory, vampires' familiars are considered demons. She can't reveal her identity. As for Yukina, she can reveal her identity, but Kojo-kun's identity will be exposed too. Even though they feel sorry for Nagisa, they can only keep it a secret. According to Wu Yan's original plan, Kojo-kun, Yukina, and Kanon were supposed to leave the island with Nagisa. Unfortunately, they saw how Wu Yan and Natsuki almost fell out. Yukina is also a sword shaman of the Lion King organization. She more or less knows the inside story. The excuse of the dragon vein's abnormality can't be kept from them. After knowing that they're going to save Natsuki, the three of them wanted to help as well. Wu Yen had no choice but to agree. The three of them have their own special abilities. Even if they're facing the criminals in the prison barrier, it shouldn't be a problem. The problem lies with Nagisa. In Nagisa's eyes, the three of them are normal people. Since they're willing to stay, Nagisa doesn't want to leave. Nagisa was one of the witnesses to Natsuki's incident. Wu Yen didn't want to hide the truth from her, so he told her the truth. But he didn't expect trouble to appear. With a bitter smile and a sigh, Wu Yen turned to Kojo-kun and the others. Why don't you all leave the island with Nagisa? The three of them shook their heads without hesitation. Kojo-kun shook his head the most resolutely. Natsuki was his homeroom teacher, and she was also his benefactor, who protected his true identity in the dark. How could he not help her? But Nagisa, I don't want to listen. Kojo-kun wanted to persuade her, but Nagisa cut him off. Since you're not leaving, I'm not leaving either. After speaking, Nagisa lay down on the sofa and refused to listen to another word. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other helplessly. Chapter 977. While everyone was having a headache over Nagisa's situation, a blurry spatial ripple appeared in the hall. Natsuki appeared with a serious expression on her face. Natsuki-chan. Minamiya-sensei. Aside from Wu Yen and Kodori, Nagisa, Kanon, Yakaina and the others all called out to her. Koju even called her by the name Natsuki doesn't like. Usually, Koju would have been the target of Natsuki's vengeance by now. However, Natsuki has been staring at Wu Yen ever since she appeared. Seeing this scene, the crowd looked at each other and fell silent at the same time. Natsuki and Suyu looked at each other. Neither of them spoke immediately. Instead, they used their eyes to let each other know what they were thinking. Just like that, they looked at each other quietly. There was a strange, heavy feeling in the air. It spread throughout the silent hall. Kotori! At some point, Wu Yen suddenly spoke. Why don't you take everyone away first? Kotori didn't hesitate. She knew what Wu Yen was going to do next. She nodded and she dragged Nagisa and Kanon out of the room. She didn't even look back. Akatsuki. Yakaina, come with me. Wait, 5 Rivers. Koju wanted to say something, but Yakaina stopped him. She shook her head at Koju and carried her guitar bag. She followed Kotori and the others. Yakaina also walked out. Koju looked at the two of them, then at Kotori's group, who was about to leave the room, and gritted his teeth. He also followed them out. In the hall, only Wu Yen and Natsuki were left in the hall. The moment the door closed, Natsuki broke the silence in the room. Do you know what you're doing? Natsuki's face was devoid of any emotion. She looked straight ahead. Her calm gaze was just as imposing and oppressive as it had been in the past. Unfortunately, Natsuki's imposing gaze was aimed at the wrong person. Her gaze was fixed on Koju. Wu Yen smiled bitterly and shook his head. I knew it, I can't hide it from you. No matter what, Natsuki is a top-notch attack mage, known as the Demon Assassin. Before Wu Yen came to this world, Natsuki dealt with countless cases of magic-related incidents. Her expertise in dealing with magic-related incidents is comparable to anyone in this world. The Dragon Fountain anomaly could only be used to confuse ordinary people, but even those slightly capable offensive mage commanders and demons could vaguely sense that something was wrong. As a demon killer, Nayu, who had been an offensive mage commander for God knows how many years, of course, it was impossible for her not to sense it. Wu Yen didn't expect her to be able to link this incident to him being the mastermind behind all of this. Let's stop. Natsuki knew that if she pressed Wu Yen wouldn't compromise. So, she softened her tone. It's not too late to stop now. Is that why you came here? Wu Yen chuckled. He narrowed his eyes and he exuded an undeniable aura along with a strong sense of determination. Then I'm sorry, I'm afraid you came here for nothing. You. Natsuki was a little angry. She raised her voice. Do you know the consequences of your actions? Got it. Compared to Natsuki, Wu Yen is surprisingly calm. That's why I spent so much effort to deal with the aftermath. You don't understand how serious this matter is. Natsuki pointed her lace fan at Wu Yen. Do you know how many criminals were locked up in the prison barrier in the past 10 years? Do you know what kind of strength these criminals possess? Do you know how much effort I've put into arresting them? If it's just one or two of them, some of them are even difficult for me to deal with. Some of them were even captured before my real body went into hibernation. Perhaps any one of them would have no chance of winning against you. However, it's not just one of them, it's a whole group of them. Now that you've released them, if something goes wrong, let alone the island, even the outside world will be affected. Natsuki took a deep breath and looked at Wu Yen. His expression didn't change at all. Natsuki smiled bitterly. Take it as me begging you to stop. Even if you break the prison barrier and bring me out, I'll have to sleep again sooner or later and build another prison barrier. This is the price I have to pay for making a contract with the demon, and it's a price that can only stop until I die. If you really want to save me from the demon's curse, then there's only one way. Natsuki raised her head and met Wu Yan's eyes. She continued. Kill me. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes trembled a bit before he laughed. He laughed at himself. I say, aren't you underestimating me? Huh? Natsuki was stunned. I have to say, Natsuki, your suggestion is really stupid. I can't believe you would say something like that. Wu Yen sneered as his gaze sharpened. Death, that's the way to escape. Then don't cause so much trouble. Natsuki's tone started to become a little impatient. It's not my first day knowing you. I don't believe you don't know the seriousness of the situation. It's because I know that I'm doing this. His wine-red eyes turned golden under the influence of his emotions. In an instant, Wu Yan's strength was exposed to Natsuki's senses. Natsuki's expression changed when she sensed Wu Yan's terrifying aura. In your eyes, am I someone who doesn't know the severity of the situation? Wu Yan stared at her eyes. He raised his head and stabilized his emotions. I thought of everything you thought of, but I still chose to do this. I naturally have my own solution. Wu Yen walked in front of Natsuki and looked at her beautiful face. He suddenly reached out and hugged her. What are you doing? The sudden hug made Natsuki flustered. She struggled with all her might. She didn't even care about the parasol and fan in her hands. She pushed Wu Yan's shoulders with both hands. Let go of me. You just need to trust me. Wu Yen straightened Natsuki's cheeks. Under her panicked gaze, he lowered his head and the lips he tasted a few days ago were once again under his control. Woo-woo. Natsuki's body stiffened and she struggled even harder. However, it was useless. Based on physical strength alone, 100 Natsuki were no match for Wu Yen. Wu Yen held Natsuki's cheeks with both hands and held her in his arms. He domineeringly used the tip of his tongue to push open Natsuki's pearly white teeth and mercilessly opened her mouth. After a while, Wu Yen captured her tongue and tangled it with his. Under Wu Yen's lead, Natsuki could only helplessly resist. She kept shaking her head in an attempt to break free from Wu Yan's control. However, Wu Yen seemed to be able to read her mind. Just like last time, he picked her up like a doll and lifted her feet off the ground. Then, he carefully tasted her softness. For some reason, Natsuki felt her strength gradually disappearing. Her struggling slowed down and she couldn't even summon her mana. She couldn't teleport. This has never happened before. Natsuki was at a loss. In this situation, Wu Yen took advantage of her. After a long time, their lips parted. Looking at Natsuki, who was breathing in large mouthfuls of fresh air, Wu Yen caressed his lips and said with a smile, I've remembered the taste of your avatar's lips. When I hold your real body in my arms, I'll see what the difference is between the two. You. Natsuki glared at Wu Yen with hatred, but she couldn't do anything about it. Wu Yen rubbed Natsuki's head and whispered into her ear, I'll have to trouble you to return to the prison barrier for now. We'll be able to meet again soon. After he said that, he didn't give Natsuki a chance to react. A strange mana wave acted on Natsuki's body and she disappeared. It wasn't teleportation or invisibility. She truly disappeared. He stood up and walked to the window. Looking at the pedestrians walking on the street, Wu Yan closed his eyes. No one knows what he's thinking. Chapter 978. The 4 seasons of Itagami Island are like summer. The weather is usually sunny. Today, the sky above Itagami Island is covered in dark clouds. It's a rare sight. The sky is dark and gloomy. It looks like the calm before a storm. If it weren't for the lack of lightning, people would have thought that Itagami Island would be drowned by the storm today. It should be around 9 o'clock in the morning. It was still daytime, but the dark clouds in the sky had blocked out all the sunlight. Not a single ray of sunlight managed to escape from the dark clouds. The entire Itagami Island was shrouded in darkness. It was as if night had fallen. Logically speaking, in this kind of weather, every household in Itagami Island should have their lights turned on. However, the weather has been like this for 3 to 4 hours already. Not a single household on the island had their lights turned on. Itagami Island was shrouded in darkness. Of course, it's not that the residents of Itagami Island are out of sorts. They don't want to turn on the lights. It's because the original owners of the houses are no longer there. One has to admit that Itagami Island's higher-ups are very efficient. They originally planned to evacuate the residents of the island in a week, but in the end, they only used 3 days to evacuate all the normal citizens and demons. That's 4 days of free time, plus the 3 days they agreed to use to solve the problem. Wu Yan and the others have a week to solve the prison barrier issue. To be more precise, it's not Suki's issue. 1 week for Wu Yan. It's more than enough. In the sky, the dark clouds continued to rumble. It looks very depressing. Even if there's a thunderbolt or a downpour, it wouldn't be strange. That was nothing strange. The wind was raging on the island, making sharp, whistling sounds. The atmosphere of a storm was spreading across the entire artificial island. The tallest building on Itagami Island is the Cornerstone Gate. Standing at the top of the Cornerstone Gate, one can see the entire island in its entirety. Wu Yan, Kotori, Yukaina, Koju and the others are standing at the edge of the gate. If you look closely, you'll notice that Vatler is there as well. Nagisa didn't want to leave, but she didn't want to come with them either. With her phobia of demons, who knows how she would react when she sees Vatler? Plus, the prison barrier is filled with demons. Nagisa isn't a suitable candidate to participate in this operation. To prevent Nagisa from worrying too much, Wu Yan used a hypnotic magic on her. He also put on the mobile church that Nagisa requested to replenish her mana for. With Kanon taking care of her, Nagisa should be fine even if the outside world is turned upside down. Koju looked down at the dark Itagami city. He sucked in a breath of cold air. He glanced at Vatler and he whispered to Wu Yan, "Is it really okay to let this guy participate?" From Koju's expression, Wu Yan could see the reluctance in his eyes. Vatler doesn't know how to hold back when he fights. If something goes wrong, Itagami Island. Koju's worries weren't unfounded. Vatler might seem weak because Wu Yan easily defeated him, but he's a vampire who is invincible under the true ancestor level. How can he be so easy to deal with? To put it bluntly, Vatler could sink Itagami Island at any time if he wanted to. Wu Yan said that if he doesn't summon his familiar, it'll be hard for him to beat Vatler. The first time he fought Vatler, Wu Yan had to summon his familiar to defeat him. The second time, he caught Vatler off guard and caught him off guard. The third time, he had to borrow the power of the Enchantress Ashenfrost to defeat him. Excluding the abilities of the familiar, the Enchantress Ashenfrost is on the same level as Wu Yan's familiar. Only a primogenitor can control a familiar. Vatler is a Tier 9 fighter. Wu Yan was able to defeat Vatler in the first 3 fights due to their lack of familiarity with each other. If there's a 4th fight, Wu Yan is confident he can defeat Vatler. But it's not going to be as easy as the first 3 fights. Koju, it's rare for me to participate in something so interesting. Can you not take it from me? Vatler closed his eyes and smiled elegantly. Otherwise, even if you're the one I love the most, there's still a chance you'll make me angry. Who's your favorite? Koju shuddered, goosebumps popping up all over his body. Sensei. Yukaina came to Wu Yan's side and said worriedly. Sensei's worries are reasonable. Duke Iridiaro's power is too much of a burden for Itagami Island. I'm worried that. Don't worry. Before Yukaina could finish, Wu Yan's nonchalant voice came from the crowd. It's not like I've been doing nothing for the past 3 days. I've already set up a barrier around Itagami Island. It's a barrier of the highest level that took me 3 whole days to complete. With a calm expression, Wu Yan confidently smiled. With the protection of the barrier ritual, unless 3 or more primogenitors unleash their strongest vassal beasts at the same time to attack the island won't sink. Of course, I can't guarantee that the buildings will remain intact as well. Wu Yan glanced at everyone before looking down at Itagami Island. So, go ahead and cause a ruckus. Koju and Yukaina heaved a sigh of relief. Especially Koju. His familiars were extremely dangerous. He had to be careful when he unleashed them. He was worried that he might lose Itagami Island if something went wrong. Wu Yan's words put Koju's mind at ease. He's telling him that he's willing to give it his all to save Natsuki. Even Vatler joined in the laughter. That's great, there's so much fun to be had on this island, we can't just let it sink like that. Vatler looked at Wu Yan as he brushed his golden bangs aside. It's about time to start, right? I'm getting a little impatient. Wu Yan glanced at Vatler and he didn't answer. He stepped forward and he arrived at the edge of the cornerstone gate. What should I do then? Vatler licked his lips as he stared at Wu Yan. He had an evil grin on his face. The prison barrier is a secret facility located on Itagami Island. Not even the higher-ups of the island know its exact location. That's why the residents call it an urban legend, because no one knows where it is and no one has seen it with their own eyes. Natsuki is the only one who knows where the prison barrier is. The prison barrier was an imaginary world that Natsuki created by making herself fall into a deep sleep. The person who was imprisoned would not be able to destroy it. The only way to destroy it would be to invade from the outside. Before that, finding the location of the prison barrier formation is an important problem that must be solved. Wu Yan scanned Itagami Island as if he's trying to find the prison barrier with his naked eyes. He didn't turn around and he opened his mouth. The prison barrier exists in an artificial world created by Itagami Island's dragon vein energy. I don't know the exact location of the prison barrier, but I'm sure it's somewhere on Itagami Island. His wine-red pupils turned slightly and a golden luster filled his eyes. A monstrous amount of magic power surged out of him, stronger than the wind around him. Since it knows that it's on Itagami Island, and it exists in a distorted alternate world, then if we destroy the entire island, it will have no choice but to reveal itself. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.